Panada from Canada. Speaking of which, let's have some fun with him. Start voice call. Oh god, it's loud. Yo. Panada.
Panada.
Okay, so what I mean is like cards such as Bats, which absolutely nobody uses, but
Yeah.
back then it was all over the place.
I feel like it's kind of coming back now too with all the buffs.
I haven't played enough 1v1 to know.
There was actually a someone used it in the tournament, and he managed to get to the finals with it.
Oh.
Obviously, ended up losing to Dragon, but
Okay, so you did watch that, so that's helpful. Alright, let's go through all of the cards and see if, like, there are so many that are like, meh, and then you see new players, like, in global chat ask, is this good? But, like, my answer is often, it used to be, but now it's not worth it.
okay, so we're going through cards here, right?
Yeah. Or even master perks. Arcane Ring.
Do you just want to start it, just the first one on the list and just go through it then?
Yeah.
Okay.
Arcane Ring?
Yeah.
Not really, it's still decent.
For 2 mana, the damage it can do is pretty awesome.
Oh yeah.
How do you want to put these in a list? Just from S to D or something?
If you want to list them, I wanted to more like qualitatively talk about them. But you want to make a tier list?
Or we could just talk about them. I don't know. Mana Friend or Arcane Ring is just, I don't know. It's always a good cheap spell. Does lots of damage. People love to throw them on rammers.
God, I played with some people that no matter how the game was going, like we were losing by 20 XP and all that, their only idea was to cast a rammer and then put Arcane Ring on it. That's their only thought. No matter what it achieves. Okay, let's alternate, like I'll say Arcane Ring and then you start with Blood Imps. This way we can more easily get into each.
Okay. Yeah. So Blood Imps, I don't know. They're pretty top tier in 1v1 as long as you have like a self-heal to mitigate all of the damage that they do to yourself, because they're obviously a great cheap bridge grab. And they have decent DPS. They can take down a lot of units that cost more than 1 mana, right?
They're still super good, and they beat most 2 cards now also.
Oh yeah.
They were used in those spam decks, but they're still decent. Disruptor Puff, it's still good. Not much to say.
Heal Puff can get insane value if you can keep it alive, but obviously for only 1 mana, the amount of healing it can do is pretty good.
Mana Puff, same thing.
Mana Puff Madness, I don't know about this one, because like I personally never like it, especially in 1v1s. I feel like it can be good in 2v2s if you have a decent push going, but I feel like in 1v1 it's kind of hard to make use of it. I don't know how you feel about it, but
yeah, it was
for 3 mana,
it was used in the cheese decks, all of the spammy cards like Blood Imps and Azali for bats, but all that got shut down. In 1v1 I say it's kind of like Bridge Shrine, or even in 2s where it's 3 mana for something that you don't necessarily get if the enemy is good and he plays well. Shroom Puff, same as the other puffs.
I feel like Shroom Puff's probably, I don't know, I feel like it's the worst one out of all the puffs.
The one use I like out of it is that it's a 1 mana card that dies on its own after capping a bridge, so it's decent on Mordor, so you don't get it as a res.
That's true, actually. Squire Puff shields, everyone loves shields. With the Imprian army, it's really good. I like the 5 shields.
Can it give shields to air units?
I think so. It just oh no, in the description it says ground minions.
Oh, so it's like Azali.
Yeah.
Sigilite, well, it's 1 mana. It's I used it a little bit when it got buffed, but it didn't really stick with anyone.
It's a I like it in some of my Milloween decks, just a good cheap spell that can protect from a 3 seconds of rain damage. Maybe if you want to block like a Harbinger shot or something, but
I used it in the very last 2v2 tournament with Dragon. I would use it on things like a sniper shot, a drone walker, even spear thrower spears. All of those deal about 100 to 150 damage.
yeah. It's got its uses. The Boomer, for the cost of one, once it has the Voidborn Wound, I think it's good. I always I love getting it as an APEP perk 1 for APEP, but for
deck,
I don't think I would ever actually put it in my deck.
I do like
I just think I think
Voidborn
Reboomer
Wound.
is just way better if you're gonna use one.
True. Boomer is a bit hard to cap a bridge with.
Yeah,
I feel like
because of
this is like the best Voidborn Wound example in the game. Like, it's the card isn't too great without it, and the card feels good to use with it.
yeah, for sure. For 1 mana, the 250 damage can be great, especially if you got a big push coming at you.
Bridge Buddies is a staple of Milloween and Setsu, so it's still
Yeah.
very good.
Good cheap bridge grab. Get both bridges.
Oh, I love like when a Colossus has passed your bridge, you use Bridge Buddies to make it turn around while also capping the bridge. It's good fodder.
Oh yeah. Crossbow dudes. I mean, their primary purpose is just kind of a quick bridge grab. Their DPS has never been great, and then they got nerfed again.
Oh, they got
So that
nerfed
made it
so often.
Yeah, they keep getting nerfed. I don't think they need the nerfs, but I don't know.
Well, they were in every game, every deck. Now I think they're like their main use is really as the first play of the game. After that, they're kind of a dead card. I hate using them throughout the game.
Yeah, because they don't do damage. They do, but like barely anything significant. They can't even really take out like flying scrats that well anymore with that with the attack speed.
Takes a while to kill a dragon well, for example.
Okay.
Elite Swarmer. He's always been the same. Cheap tank, beats most 2 mana cards, extremely useful. Not really meta defining or anything. He's still good.
I think he's a little worse now that they changed Once Bitten. But obviously he's still great at what he does, but
I rarely even targeted him with Once Bitten. I would often use it on Marines or Grenadier when he had 60 health.
I guess that's a good point. Frostfeather Flyby, that's almost another staple card in a Milloween deck, isn't it? Decent damage.
Do people still use it?
I see it quite a bit. I don't know. I see
recent
it quite
change to the radius was surprising to me when I used it. But
yeah,
it's the
it
only
makes it
spell that didn't get nerfed. It even got buffed with the huge spell nerf. It used to deal 110 damage.
Oh yeah, because wasn't it? They put an extra owl in there, didn't they?
They buffed the damage of the owls.
Oh yeah.
I think from 10 to 12. So it's a good sniping tool, but the biggest drawback, which I think is the reason it's not overused, is how long it takes for that damage to be delivered.
It's very counterable, yeah. You could throw a Blastmancer out in front of it and it'll kill them all, or Unholy Ground is another one I see people use to counter it.
Yeah. I like to counter it with, I think Impetus Blast is decent with the big radius also.
That's true.
Glansbrew, it still has its use. I don't remember it like being any overpowered all the time, and then I don't think he did. Did it get changed ever?
I don't think it's ever been changed.
Crazy.
It's
The one
just
card that's been balanced since launch.
it's got its uses. It fits in certain decks, and I mean, I mostly see it used on the Rekinator or Rammers.
Aw. Which
Okay,
sucked
Grenadier.
because I wish the Woodsman faction was a bit better. I
Oh,
wish
I
all of
agree.
the different factions had all their perks instead of all of them feeling mild. I posted this recently on le Reddit. Let me find it. I said that it's interesting to see how cards that seemed underpowered and useless now was once very strong and overused for a little bit, which is the list we're trying to make now. The way they seem to balance the game is to bring down the power of anything that feels slightly stronger and fun to play. Very sad Slithering Summons is dead, although it dominated 1v1s for months. They couldn't make other factions as good, so they nerfed Slithers.
Yeah. Which is fair, because Slithering Summons was very overwhelming.
Yeah, although it was super fun though to get that value. Like, you would get that, you would juggle the Call Slither bounds, you would summon the Slithers to deal damage, to cap bridges, to as fodder for tanking, and then get the mana from them. That was a super fun dynamic, but it was extremely strong in the compared to any other dynamic in the game.
Okay, what's next? Grenadier?
He's still so good for 2 mana. He's been nerfed very often, but even as 2 mana, you can plop him down behind a tank, and even 2 DPS down a single unit, he helps so much. He makes a difference. In things like an Elite Swarmer versus a Warrior, things like that.
100%. He's so good. I love him.
For a bit, we used to always trade Sunburn only to snipe the other person's Grenadier. Taking that 1 mana loss was totally worth it because of how good he is.
Haunting Hugger.
Yeah, Haunting Hugger. Well, he doesn't cap bridges anymore. That was his main use. Back then, you would always plop down that Haunting Hugger to curve around and grab the bridge behind any ground unit.
He's not bad as an APEP perk, because obviously if you're against a deck that has a lot of big units, then he gets his value. Even because he does 100 damage, which is kind of insane.
Yeah, that's
if he stays alive.
So often.
Like, he does a lot of damage, and then the curse isn't bad, but yeah, not being able to capture bridges kind of sucks. At least, yeah.
Speaking of APEP perks, it would be nice to list them. That could be a true tier list we could do afterwards if you want to do a tier list.
Oh, that'd be fun, actually.
We could. Dragon would probably love to see that and give his opinion too, especially perk 3, where there's been a lot of new cards that kind of fuck APEP up. Alright, Illusory Cleaver. Well, you would never use that in itself, and I remember when it was good at 1 mana to cap a bridge and to explode for, I think it used to deal 15 damage on explosion to blow up Scrat Horde combustion cheese, but other than that, I don't hate it as an APEP perk because the initial hit is pretty good.
100 damage, can be a bridge grab, can take out a little swarm if you need it. Yeah.
But I wouldn't.
Good APEP perk.
Uses that in a deck.
No.
It could use a Voidborn Wound, which reduces the cost by 1. I feel like.
That would actually be kind of good. I feel like it'd be kind of worth it at 1 mana, much like the Boomer.
Yep.
Next is the Illusionary Dragon Whelps.
This one is absolute garbage. It's the worst APEP perk, in my opinion.
Yeah. Doesn't capture bridges. It can be decent if you get Voidborn Wound on it, because having 3 of them's not bad if you want to defend.
It's a pretty good explosion.
Yeah, because that's 150 damage worth of explosion. But
damn, their damage is so pathetic. You put that on like any ground minion and it barely tickles it. It does
Oh, yeah.
nothing.
Yeah, I wouldn't play it, or I don't like it as an AP perk. It's just bad.
Was it ever good? When I feel like it's been a dead card since it's been released. Did anyone ever use it?
Not that I can remember. I never see people using it willingly. I don't think I have ever seen it. Okay. Impetus Blast.
Best card in the game, most fun you'll ever have since Wrecked. It's so dynamic in 2v2s, especially in 1v1. It's a bit situational. Sometimes that's with a lot of cards in 1v1s. Sometimes if you have a cool card, but the enemy simply doesn't have any card that it counters, then you've got a dead card for the entire game.
Yeah.
2v2s it's so good because there are so many more opportunities to make plays with any card.
It's a lot of fun to use too. Like, I love pushing units around, just making them go on a certain bridge,
Plus there's
pushing them out of the pocket.
yeah, there are so many uses. I don't know why nobody uses this. There are so many big brain uses that you can affect the battlefield with. You got the obvious textbook pulling a unit out of pocket to bring it to you. You can counter like 5 to 7 mana with this. You can bump a Fire Imp, you can bump a Roller, you can bump Bara into your Whirly, for example. But
Oh, yeah.
there are so many things like switching a unit from top lane to bottom lane if you don't want to deal with them. You can shove them to your side of the bridge, so you hold the bridge and you get to fight the unit. So many uses. Lone Scout, it has been used in ones, it's still the same as before.
I mean, if it's your only unit on the field for 1 mana, it's definitely worth it. If you don't, if you have to use it as the 2 mana version, then it's not great value at all. But as 1 mana, it's great to grab a bridge, just some extra range DPS. But she's good. She has her place.
Yeah, sometimes I get stuck thinking that she's a decent anti-air and I don't bring enough anti-air. If you're forced to use her at 2 mana, it's pretty lame. Especially meaning that you probably not in a position to have mana surge at that time.
Netherbats.
I was watching some old YouTube videos of mine with Volt the other day, and everyone used to have that 1 mana Netherbat. Obviously, they used to have a very short aggro range, so you could sneak them past units to cap the bridges.
Yeah, I guess. Yeah, now that they don't, it's not that great.
There's barely any use for melee air units anymore.
No. Them being so, like, random, too, is kind of annoying. Because they just kind of go everywhere, and they don't really do much DPS. They're easy to kill.
They got a fat ass. I do see people use it in some randoms, or even ones when they build somewhat annoying pushy decks. They go all around the place and your units are busy with other things and they deal 20 damage per hit, which is pretty decent. Prowler Scrats, that's something that Death Shoot has been talking about the way beefier ground units have been dominating, because these cheaper flying melee units kept them in check back then because they were able to recap behind them. But with that nerf, all of these cards were made useless. You used to be able to split those crats to recap behind Legionnaires, for example.
But yeah, ever since the flying units can't capture bridges, a lot of them just have fallen off big time.
It's so pointless.
Rampage, I mean, it's good in some decks.
Yeah,
good spell that gives everyone range. It's a pretty big radius too.
I really don't like the buff they gave it in the cast delay. I prefer the 2 seconds over the 1 second.
Why is that?
Mostly because you you can place your units as a teammate to the person that doesn't care about you while the thing is in the air, or you can place more units if you wait to 10 mana and then cast it while it's in the air. You can cast other things.
I guess that's a good point actually, because I actually had a game like that the other day where I had a terrible hand. It was all spells that weren't going to help me at all, and I I mean, it was 1v1, so it didn't matter with a teammate or not, but I was able to throw it out, but then place my Arcane Golem right underneath it
Just
before
in
it
time.
landed. Yeah.
Which was your next card, I suppose. So there's that bit of delay.
Yeah.
But I bet that if it were 2 seconds, you could have maybe gotten 2 cards out under it.
Oh, 100%.
Stint. Oh, Stint used to be in every deck. I think its ability used to cost like 20 or 40 tech, which was extremely easy to get. So everyone ran it. Capping both bridges, one of them on instantly was amazing, both in ones and in twos. Everyone used it. Then they nerfed it, I think, once or twice. And now I would never want to use Stint for its tech. When I build a deck around tech and I include Stint, I make sure to never play it with his ability.
Yeah, it costs so much tech. Like 75, that's a lot. Yes, grabbing the bridge is nice, but yeah.
15
As,
mana's worth of tech for that.
as a ranged unit, it's not bad for 2 mana though. Like I'm pretty sure it can beat any other 2 mana ranged unit. Like it'll beat crossbow dudes. It'll beat the lone scout. I'm pretty sure.
Does it? I don't think it beats Slitherbound. It takes 4 shots for a Stint to kill them.
Oh yeah, that's a good point.
It beats a Skeleton, it beats a Scrat Pack. It
Swarmers
beats a
would probably
Tantrum,
beat it.
probably. It beats one Swarm. It kills 2 Swarmers. Stint
Yeah.
is so healthy. Pebbles, this was popularized by... I forget his Portex, I think. He used a ton of them back when it had Myriad 2. And people love to wildcard this just to get a ton of pebbles, and they are very annoying with how healthy they are.
Because they're nerfing them again. They're taking out. Well, I mean, it's for mostly for 2v2s. They're taking out the wild card.
Oh, okay, makes sense. Yeah,
But
I feel that.
it is such a cheap, good bridge defense. Like, it's hard to play into them when they're on the bridges.
That's interesting. Like the game has had these cards such as Magma Cannon since the start, but they fit a certain role, but they do it for a bit too much mana. And then the developers release a new card that does the same role but for less mana, but it's a bit less effective. But then that takes the entire game by storm, and everyone starts using it. Like the role was very strong, and it was held back by its 4 mana cost, but now you got these that filled that same role for less.
Next is Scrap Pack.
This will get more interesting once we get through the 4 or over mana cards. Scrap Pack used to cost 1.
Also used to have 5 scrats. 4 doesn't feel that great, but
Nah. I always go for Swarmers now. This used to be my go-to Swarm card, but now it's Swarmers. Screaming Scrat, still very good for 1. When it cost 1, sorry, for 2. Still, when it cost 1 mana, it was amazing with how much kiting ability it had and the explosion. I like it now, where it takes a bit less skill to trigger the explosion than it did before.
Also, another, in my opinion, another great APEP perk.
Yeah, good. 60 health.
Sewer Scrat.
It used to cost 1, and back then, well, everyone used it.
Which, the Screaming? It used to cost 1?
The Sewer Scrat.
Oh, okay.
But yeah, Screaming also.
I really like using Sewer Scrat against, like... Well, it's really good at taking out swarms because it poisons them all and insta-kills them. It's good for countering, say, an assassin or an invisible unit because, well, they can't go back invisible after they've killed it. Good for a cheap bridge grab.
Its main use that I had found before was to kill dragon whelps, but since all of the melee air units haven't been really used, this guy's job has been replaced by a lot of other things which affect ground units, which is more common in other cards. I wonder if you like squeezing it. All cards. I always think about bridge grab mostly. You can squeeze him behind units and deal pretty good damage. Okay,
Oh,
Shock
yeah.
Rock.
Shock Rock's great. 2 mana stun, does a bit of damage.
Yeah,
They nerfed the radius on it, which kind of sucks, but
yeah, I haven't played it since the nerf, but I've seen the circle, and it feels like sometimes you would want to clip 2 units, but you can't. I'm glad they didn't nerf it horribly, like to 3 mana. That would have been preposterous.
it probably would never get used at 3 mana.
Mm.
Because I'm pretty sure the Outlander spell costs 3 now, doesn't it?
Yeah, the grenade. It used to deal 40 damage. It was so satisfying to just blow up elves using this. Arcanist, boom, Shock Rock, dead. That's a bit not the direction they wanted.
Okay, Simulacrum.
Not really meta defining.
No.
Fun.
By far the best Apex first perk, I think.
So.
Well, you take any card from the opponent, obviously, and it reduces its cost by 2. It's a future present for free.
True. However, having a free cycle allows you to get that cycle through more often. And then if you get this as Apex perk, which I didn't even know it was a perk and it worked like that.
Yeah, because this is
pay every cycle, so you're not saving as much mana.
Yeah, I guess it depends on the card you take, though, right? So
I would enjoy having that as Apex, though. It's nice. Skeleton Crew, I like that this card mostly remained unchanged. It's not like it's alright. The Accursed faction is a bit like the only still good faction, but I don't see that many people use it anymore.
no.
But
Obviously, this card it's terrible before Ascension, but
yeah.
Once you hit Ascension, 5 skeletons for 2 mana is pretty good.
It beats like Scrat Pack. I think it beats Crossbow Dude, but that's it. For 2 mana.
Yeah.
Slitherbound. They've never really been used on their own, other than in very cheesy slithering summons decks, where you place them down, they deal damage and cap a bridge, and then you instantly murder them.
They can get some great DPS off, like, for the poison if they're protected, though, but again, it's just another card, another 2 mana card that I won't complain about getting it in APEP perk, but I don't think I would ever use it in one of my decks.
It's a bit like Stint, it feels like. 2 mana to cap a single bridge.
Spirit Vessel?
I like the recent change. It was very awkward when the spirit went to another Spirit Vessel.
Yeah. It already having spirits actually really nice.
It puts it at 100 now. Yeah. It's alright. It used to be used a lot in the Mordor sniper meta, where you would do nothing but defend on your side and have bounty sniper, Stixie, and sniper with the Ghost Turret and Spirit Vessel. What even triggered that very specific meta? Oh, it's the spell cost nerf. Nobody had spells anymore, so you could keep your snipers alive forever.
Which was great, and snipers are one of the most annoying things to deal with in the game.
Yeah, that was a terrible time. I hated it. I feel like I think I built a certain deck only to counter that. I think it had like Flyby and Pincer, the cheapest spells that could kill snipers still. Swarmers, they're the new Scrat Pack. Everyone uses them. I laugh at people that use a Scrat Pack.
They're faster, they do more damage, they have more health.
They do so much DPS.
Like, I don't know why you would ever choose Scrap Pack over the Swarmers.
I was talking about that in global chat the other day, and obviously everyone's like, oh, it counters Cleaver better. Everything counters Cleaver.
Yeah.
The one situation where I think Scratback would be better is like if you want to surround Fanriel, then it takes a bit longer to kill your Scratback.
Yeah, any slow attacking big unit, Scrap Pack might be better.
But I'm
More as a
fine with the
distraction.
Swarmers.
Yeah. Tantrum throwers?
Wait, I'm checking their DPS. 3 times 18.2, that's 55 DPS compared to a Scratback 40. Tantrum throwers. I think they're in an okay spot. Some people use them, but not everyone. Like when they always had spears and maybe sometimes spawned 3, which could one-shot dragons and Jiaolong.
They're good for a cheap Gridge grab. They have decent amount of health. I think they would beat an Elite Swarmer. Even without the spears, I think they beat Elite Swarmer quite easily.
Face to face, I think so.
Because with Rage, they do 15 DPS each. That's 30 DPS. That's 200 health. Yeah, they definitely beat an Elite Swarmer. If they're together.
Yeah. They were used with Once Bitten, and they still are.
Yeah.
I think that's
Oh,
their
great
main
with
use.
Once Bitten right now.
Wall used to have like 800 health or something before they changed
Yeah.
it.
I like the change where it reflects melee damage though.
Yeah, it's a more interesting use of it. It's great against Cleaver, but yeah, you know. Wall. It's not that used anymore, but it's useful. Rammers, because of all the rammers.
Yeah, it's good against aggro decks. It's weird that you're only allowed one copy of it.
Are you?
Yeah, only one wild card. I think that's kind of strange.
They don't want you to build a massive 6 walls.
Wrecked Walker.
Well, that was their one attempt at making a new 1 mana card, and of course everyone used the shit out of it.
Yeah.
Along with everyone used it once bitten. Like Wreck Walker instantly once bitten it. That's kind of annoying. I wish people had been a bit more creative with their once bittens. Like spread it out when it's used, when it's useful, not every time on the Wrecked Walker. The new Outlander tech I think is pathetic. 60 tech is insanely high for.
That's actually a typo that they never fixed. It's 40 tech.
Oh my. Okay.
But it's still too much. They're in the next patch. They're thinking about adding a second nat to it for the 40 tech. So
nah, they should reduce the cost and keep it at 1.
Yeah, but I guess you could now because Once Bitten with it isn't great anymore because you need 2 cards to target.
I mean, keep the nat count to 1 and reduce the tech to like 25.
Yeah.
Because in itself, what does it do? It only kites and grab a bridge for 2 mana. That's a bit much, where in the later games you never really get a use from that.
No. I don't like it.
Nobody's gonna use it more even if it's 2 nats. That's not the problem. Armored Scrats.
I only really see them used for... I see them used a lot when people have the Gorak sacrifice because you can't kill them with a spell.
Yeah, it's pretty hard. Although a lot of spells now, we have a lot of multi-hit options in spells. It feels like all of the new spells they've added throughout the years are multi-hit. You've got Vortex, Sunburn isn't really new, Scratillery,
The Arcane
Mountain
Barrage.
Shaper, yeah, the Barrage. Pincer also deals with them.
Oh yeah, because Pincer goes through the shield.
I used it with Combustion when the meta at the time was what are they even called? The 9 mana monkeys. Everyone would bring like 3 copies of 9 mana monkeys and just roll. Well, they cost 8 back then. But my one counter that I finally figured out was 2 wildcard Combustion and Armored Scrats to blow them out. Adventure Party, not really meta defining. I don't think anyone uses this.
I think it's a cool addition though, cause what Groggy Woodsman plus a Priestess plus Arcanist would normally cost you 10 mana, and you can get it for 8.
Do
And they kind
all
of
have Groggy?
No, just the Woodsman.
Oh.
I think it's pretty cool because like they kind of mesh together well because the Priestess will heal it, and then the Arcanist will take out this swarm that tries to take out the Woodsman.
How much does it cost for all 3 of them at once?
All 3 of them 8 mana, whereas normally it would cost you 10.
Oof. 8 mana, that's a very
It's a big investment that can be basically taken out with one spell.
It's decent though. They gave him Groggy so that the girls would keep up with him. He's probably too fast without it. Arcane Barrage, I like this. You need to look for opportunities to use it in the early games to deny bridge grabs from weak units. Otherwise, you're never getting your stacks.
If there's
up
a
with
sniper,
value.
I won't hesitate to use it on a sniper.
Things like, I don't know, you see a drone walker on its way to a bridge, kill it. You see something. Sometimes I would even, I don't know, kill a few scrats only to deny one bridge grab in the early game to get the ball rolling.
Mm-hmm.
Arcane Bolt, finally, that's one of the things that actually fits here, where Arcane Bolt used to be used by everyone all the time, but somehow something changed and now it's not really used.
Well, I think it was used and then they introduced Harmful Souls.
Very true.
Which was much more versatile, because Arcane Bolt, you had to have a specific target to do that 400 damage that made it worth it, whereas Harmful Souls, when it was released, did up to 500 damage very easily onto one unit or several value units. Harmful Souls was just much easier to get value from.
Harmful Souls was harmful to the game.
I
like
think
it replaced Fireball. And
oh yeah. I think
like
if Arcane Bolt... Oh, yeah, sorry, go on.
I do like where Harmful Soul is now, though.
Oh yeah, with only 400 damage, it's much better.
I remember using this all the time with Dragon. We had like a 2v2 tournament where all 4 of us had Arcane Bolt because of some different wildcard rules. It was quite dumb. We talked about that afterwards, and like, yeah, we were all just sniping each other's unit with Arcane Bolts.
I wish it could target air units, mostly for Harbinger.
Yeah.
Because like it could take out a Balrog quite easily, but
it's just not versatile enough to bring consistently. Plus, you can't even reduce its cost as Morelia.
No.
Okay, Bannerman now costs 3 mana instead of 4. It used to be used in. Yeah, everyone uses it for glass cannon decks with the sniper and all that. Back when spells were a bit cheaper, more people brought spells, so the Bannerman had a lot more uses. It was quite cool to predict the Daggerfall and stop it.
Oh yeah. 7 shields is pretty good too now.
7? I didn't think that. I thought it was still 5.
And it doesn't target himself. So
that was the slight nerf they gave it.
Because he can't block Wheel of Doom anymore.
Oh.
Because with
3
the
mana, I feel like more people should consider him. 3 mana is not that big.
He's great. He's got 250 health too, so like he's a decent front line. Obviously he doesn't do 25 DPS isn't that bad, but
he's basically an elite swarmer with that health and DPS.
Yeah.
Elite swarmer has 225 and 25.
So he'd beat an elite swarmer in a fight, and he gives out shields. 7 shields for 1 more mana.
In 1v1, you rarely have 7 units. More of a 2v.
That's actually one thing in the tournament that I mentioned, the bats. The player, he had Bannerman in his deck with the bats, and because it gives shields to air units as well.
Oh.
So he would spawn all of his bats and then give them all shields, and that was incredibly hard to deal with unless you had like a Blastmancer.
Yeah, definitely.
Bazooka Scrat.
He's barely changed ever.
No.
When we were playing Project Fae yesterday, I think Mephisto said that it would be good if you had that snaring ability in Minion Masters.
That would be kind of cool.
I guess he's okay.
He's definitely better at. He's. I don't see him used without Vulture Prime.
Yeah, I was thinking about that. I hate that everyone thinks that Vulture Prime's only feature is to combo with this guy.
Vulture Prime is actually amazing. I can't wait to get to him.
Yeah, same. Black Hole. Okay, now this is one of the spells that were insanely good in the early games, early to mid longevity of the game. It used to last something like 8.5 seconds or something. It had a short delay when you cast it, so you had to predict damage a bit more. But it would deny everything. It cost 2 mana. It would deny Magma Storm and all that. I hated it. There was that one player who played Guardian, Deathball, Mordars in 1v1. He had Guardian, Black Hole, Succubus, Sunlancers, Priestess, Reboomer. And then you couldn't deal with any of that because he would get Guardian reses and deny any attempt at killing them with Black Hole.
Yep.
This one could also use Voidborn Wound, I feel like. 3 mana is too much.
It is too much. But yeah, with Voidborn Wound, it makes... Yeah, I agree with that. Make it 1 mana, or 2 mana with Voidborn.
Or increase the duration by 8 seconds or something. It's just not used anymore. I think this is one of those cards that were used all over the place, but then they over-nerfed it, and now a new player would look at that and be like, what's the point? I don't want to pay 3 mana for that.
No. And because like it was actually when another Harmful Souls thing. When Harmful Souls was first released, some people were like, oh, let's Black Hole it. But Harmful Souls would last longer than the Black Hole, and it would still kill all the units after they came out of the hole.
True.
Bridge Shrine.
Bridge Shrine can be good, but it's a win more card. Doesn't really help you against good players. The good player, if you're fighting a close game against the good players, then that 3 mana, they will notice it and they will spend their own 3 mana to fight off the bridge.
Yeah.
If you're in a if you're in like an advantageous position, in a way where you would use a Scrat Launcher, for example, this would also be useful while you have a push going and the enemy scrambling.
I feel like it's more useful in 2v2s. If your teammate is working with you.
Yeah. I would use it. It used to generate XP over time on its own, so it was kind of toxic in 1v1. I used to use it along with Bounty Sniper on APEC. Everyone hated me. But I'm glad they changed it to a more dynamic option. It generating XP, the most precious resource over time in 1v1, was ridiculous, so good. Just put it on your side and defend it. Brutish Betrayer. Now this one used to be used a ton. Way back then it had Turncoat, but nobody used that at all because he would always take half of its health before getting a hit in.
Yeah.
I used it in the Valorian deck around last summer or so, which I don't know, was a bit surprising because using it in top 1v1 was strange. But he's just there to deliver that damage for a bit cheaper, but he's not used really anymore other than outside of in cheese decks.
Yeah, he's still just exclusive to Rammer decks. Outside of that,
he did have Rage. I think that's
ridiculous.
That's why I was using it.
Because Rage gives him what, freaking 270 damage? That's crazy.
Oh, Cage Prowler. I was thinking about that recently. I was thinking about like how all the cards are boring and don't feel any good to use. But then I remember that Cage Prowler was recently buffed in its health from 305 to 315. I feel like this is a bit of a sleeper card where this could become a bit of more of a staple of 2v2 play, where you constantly get that one Prowler for 3 mana, which is a bit hard to counter.
Oh yeah, it's great value. It was used quite a bit in the tournament too. Because if you can keep it alive, that's 2 mana less, that's insane value. And his first jump, like, you hit the right unit, that's crazy.
Plus 3 mana, it's not a big commitment.
No, yeah, even if it dies, it's not the end of the world.
Chain Gang is pretty much the same as the Slitherbound, although they do spread out. I feel always compelled, I feel like I'm forced to use them as darters, because the Lancers are just so much worse.
Yeah, the darter, you need the range for them to be worth it.
They can melt. Not really useful now that Slithering Summon's dead.
Yeah. Cheese date?
Did it ever change other than having Jolo added?
No. I don't really like it. It's too RNG. The only cards I ever want to get out of it is Jolo and the Sniper.
Yeah, I like Horde Armored also. But like, you get Zeppelin or Bazooka Scrat and it's like, okay, what do I do with those?
Yeah.
Clear Skies used to be used a lot in 1v1 in annoying Milloween decks. Didn't it used to cost 2 mana?
Did it? That would be crazy. I feel like the situation has to be so good to make use of it well that it's not like a healing, like, yeah, it heals your tower too, but it also heals theirs. It's just, I feel like the healing fireball for the same cost can give more consistent value. We
did see it be used in the Ruby Escort cheese decks in the last
That's
tournaments.
True.
Like your big push barely fought off the enemy and then you heal him up to full and then the enemy's fucked. Okay, Combustion. This is also one of those cards that used to be used all of the time. There was that big King Puff Scrat Horde Combustion strategy that a lot of people used. It used to deal full damage to face, but it got so many nerfs over the years. It's like it deals 10% to face now instead of the full damage. It ticks 4 times instead of 5. It costs 3 instead of 2, and then it deals true damage instead of base damage, so you can't use invulnerability shields anymore. So I feel like this is one of those cards that new players wouldn't really think about using because people liked it and they nerfed it over and over.
There's only one player that I know still uses it, and that's Whist. He plays directly Slithering Summons decks.
Oh yeah, true. I fought him a few times.
He only puts it on the statue, but
yeah, every time.
Like, if you don't know that, like, who he is and what he's playing, like, it'll catch you off guard a lot.
Definitely. Oftentimes, the later times after I fought him, I specifically look out for that. I know he's itching to use it, so I don't play any cards until he combusts.
Yeah, which is also kind of sucks, because then the statue just walks at you because you're afraid to attack it, and then he gets face damage either way.
Yeah. You can't play into it.
Corpse Explosion.
I don't think this has changed at all since release. Maybe the wild cards?
They upped its damage and radius recently.
Still don't see anyone use it.
No.
The main purpose of it is to blow up corpses all over the field, not only where you're pointing.
It's hard to plan it.
Yeah, like
I did actually
have a corpse on the sniper and then blow him up there.
When they did change it initially to make it do more damage, I did actually lose a game because I had 3 Undying corpses on my base, and they did this. They did the explosion, and it killed me. And I was really confused at first because they had nothing on my face. They didn't use any apparent spells.
Just blow
and
up. Yeah, that's funny. The Toll of the Dead stuff, I always tell my teammates to stop them at the bridge because they pay 5 mana for a mediocre unit. You can easily counter that with 5 or less. You need to keep them off. Alright, sorry, reading my Twitch chat.
No
Spark,
worries.
you saying that C is very strong if you're pumping Mariel spellbook to reduce spell cost? Like other spells? Because you can't reduce this, it's only 3 mana.
Yeah. Because Morelia reduces 4 mana spells or more, right?
Yeah. Putain d'AFK. Arcanist, I don't think she's changed.
No,
She's just
she's
the
always
same.
been solid.
Archers have been used more after dudes and plasma marines got nerfed a bit more, but they didn't stick too much. Their range is insane on Stormbringer though, they outrange most masters. That's the one thing, the Crystal Elf Stormbringer decks have been used by a lot of people over the years. Dragon really hated it and never wanted to embrace it. And I don't really like it either, but they are so hard to beat. We did manage to beat them eventually with like enough spells. We packed our decks full of spells only to counter their elves, shut them down before they get any presence on the field. The elves walk slow and have a huge range, and that gives them a lasting presence on the field. Huge
with
DPS.
Mana Surge too, they do great damage.
Yeah, like you got that one Stormbringer that just keeps pumping elves throughout the field, so as a team you can't really approach that. The way to approach that is to wait until you get 10 mana, then nuke all of the elves at once, and then you can establish control. Sentry.
He's 325 health for 3 mana. That's pretty good.
4 mana.
Oh, I guess 4, yeah, good point. I forgot about the mana freeze. Pretty sure with the ranged, he beats, especially with the Mana Surge, he beats Warrior quite easily.
Yeah. He was solid for 4, but nobody used it. And then they buffed it. Nobody uses it anymore, they only use the variances of it in Escort and Border Patrol.
Yeah.
It's strange how beating that 300 threshold had such a huge impact. You can't one-shot it with the Wheel of Doom.
Wheel of Doom, yeah. I think he's good.
But I don't think anyone uses it. Dragon Whelp is kind of the same problem as Probler Scrats. They kept ground units in check, but now it's completely useless. Especially after they... Oh, they didn't nerf it actually. It's still 1 second cooldown.
I feel like this would be another card where Voidborn Wound would come in handy.
Yeah, all of these underperforming, low-cost, shitty ones could use a bit of help. Maybe Voidborn could give it rage instead of reduce the cost. Buffing underperforming cards, Kappa. No, it's the only way to balance the game is by nerfing cards that feel good to use. You don't buff underperforming cards. Frost Feathers, they can be annoying, 3 mana is fine. If Revelry was any good, they would be very used.
I feel like if Revelry could be triggered on the opposing side of the field, outside of spells, it would be awesome. Like if these guys flew into range of a Stoutheart and trigger it that way, I feel like it'd be pretty cool. I don't know if that would be too strong though.
Each of them could have a sort of charge, and as soon as they walk over a Stoutheart, they give it the Revelry.
I feel like that might be too strong though. It's hard to say.
That's the problem with Revelry. You can only trigger it on your side of the field, apart from the 2 weird spells. But they don't... Units on your side of the field are already dealt with. You don't need a slow on top of that. Future Past, never been changed, I think it's fine. Lots of discussion about that, but like, it's risk or reward. The enemy in tournaments, it sucks and it should be banned in my opinion, because you can get something that's insanely strong, like a blind date for for 2 mana or something.
Yep.
Gambler's Barrel, they have been trying so hard to make this useful, but they always put too much sacrifices on these card reworks, like Slithering Summons, 3 sacrifice to get Spiritist shit. Can you get 2 different spells now? Or is it twice the same?
You can you cast the spell twice, so you can get both, or you can get 2 of the same thing.
Does it trigger Meluin's Golem level up twice?
I don't think so.
Yeah.
It says cast it twice, so it might.
I don't know.
Cause
Something
like
I wish they changed about this is the description. I wish it said cast either a Fireball or a Healing Fireball. Because right now, Healing Fireball or Fireball is a bit weird. Ghost Turret used to be used a lot. It used to have 62.5 DPS. It's still very strong DPS.
Yeah, I like it. Its range, I think, is its biggest weakness.
Yeah, plus
because it could barely reach across the bridge.
It's great for this DPSing on your side when you don't really want, when your deck doesn't really have other options. Plus the way that there aren't really many flying units anymore means that its downside of not hitting air isn't as big.
Yeah. And it's probably one of the tougher spirits to give out in the game.
Yeah.
It's harder to time than Spirit Vessel, or I guess that's the only other one, but
I think you get used to it though, planning ahead a bit more.
Gorak. I mean, it's great if you can get it off. Like, it's a cleaver for 3 mana basically if you put it on a Scrat and the Scrat doesn't die.
Yeah, you need a bit of setup. Usually that setup you want to lead to a bridge grab. It's often used in those super aggro, cheesy, a bit of a cheesy deck.
Yeah.
But I don't think I've seen it much in actual, like, real decent control normal decks.
No.
As a sort of like, I want a cleaver for 3 mana. It's always in those hyper aggro ones.
Yeah, it's always in the Ravager, like, all Voidborn card decks.
Ravager / Setsu 2v2s, ugh.
Grasping Thorn.
It used to cost 2 mana, I'm pretty sure.
It did.
It
used to do less damage as well.
It still dealt its job of slowing down and killing a lot of medium, low health units.
Yeah.
Now that it's 3, I don't think I've seen anyone.
I never see it.
The few times I've seen a random teammate use it, it was just horrible use of it.
Yeah.
Because it doesn't capture bridges or it doesn't deny bridges, the most important thing. Call to arms on the thorns, oh my god. That was something. Groggy Woodsman, I think, is one of the better Stout Heart minions. 300
so?
health for 3 is pretty decent, and his ability to trigger Revelry. Well, I've mostly used him on Mordar, where you get a full Woodsman out of him. If you get him as a res.
He's a good res, definitely. But I feel like the slow is too much of a detriment. It's hard to say, because, like...
Yeah. It busts his DPS.
Mm-hmm.
It goes down to like 35 or something.
Because you can still give him range, but his attack speed being that slow is rough.
Yeah. Healing Ball.
Yep.
That was annoying when it healed everything for 400. That was a decent rework they did.
Yeah.
I think it's in a fair spot.
Yeah. 400 health for 3 mana, that's fine.
Healing Shrine used to... Well, it wasn't really meta defining, but it used to heal over the bridge a long time ago. Which was insane for healing your Harbinger on the enemy side.
Because I think Healing Shrine is the best healing thing in the game right now.
I would agree.
Like, because it does a giant AoE heal, 50 health per second.
Like you bait out, not really bait out, but you wait until the enemies has somewhat of a decent push on its way. Then you plop down a few units. You just heal the shit out of all of them after you've baited the enemy into committing a little bit to damage your units. You make up for that, and it heals so fast. It heals all your units to full. It heals your golem and harbinger to full.
Oh yeah, like it does. It easily out heals the healing fireball.
Yeah.
Like, unless obviously the only thing is you have to spawn it on your side of the map because it's a building, but like in 2v2, especially 2v2, I think its value is insane.
Yeah, it feels a bit. It's super annoying when the enemy uses it and then you don't have a counter. Usually I will always keep a counter for it after I see the enemy use it once. Like, I would dedicate a fireball to just blow everything up if they try to heal it back up.
Mm-hmm. Because 12 seconds, that's 600 health, like, even if you just use it on a single unit.
Doesn't cap the bridge, so it's a bit more situational.
Yeah.
Leliel, she's been a staple of the all elf deck. She's very good for 3 mana. We would, of course, dedicate a fireball to blow her up. Her biggest strength is how much health she has.
Yeah, 180 is good. Her mana surge is pretty good too, like reflecting range damage.
Yeah, makes it very annoying to approach. Hypno, okay, this one was pretty meta-defining. I mean, nobody used it very much. Okay, first of all, it used to turn all of the units to your control way back then, so the enemies would attack everything up to master, so you could like have a push going on the enemy's face and then turn all of the enemy units to your side and they would blow up their master tower. If you wanted to kill a death ball, you had to hypno half of them, but it wasn't really used very much until they added Cokes with the horrible 10-second hypno, and then everyone's like, wait, Hypnotize is actually good? Now everyone started running hypno for a bit, and they nerfed it thankfully to 4 seconds.
Yeah, 5 seconds was quite a lot, especially with the radius it did.
It's like that 1 second changed a lot of the timing. Like a blue golem, I think, will attack maybe sometimes only once with it.
Yeah. Before it would do it twice. Harbinger, I don't even think it'll actually make the Harbinger attack a friendly unit.
You're right. Oh, there was also that whole bug where units would attack twice. They would end up attacking twice.
Oh, it would give them like double the attack speed?
Yeah. Until they stopped attacking. It was nuts.
Ion Grenade?
Yeah, Coast is a horrible addition. They should go back to it being a channeled hypno. They kept changing it over and over in weird ways when the initial design was fine. Ion Grenade, it used to cost 2, they got nerfed to 3, and then... Did it get buffed? Oh yeah, it deals 50 damage, I thought it dealt 40, okay.
Yeah, it deals up to 200 damage now for 3 mana.
I wanted to like it. There was a guildmate that liked it a lot, but I feel like it's so hard to always think about how much tech you have, how much damage it'll do, and how much health units have. My brain wasn't ready for that yet, having to recalculate that every time you use it. Unlike, for example, Arcane Barrage, where it progresses over time, and you don't need to keep track of your tech. But I think it's fine.
Jade Flingers?
Were they ever, like, overused?
The Flingers?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Growth, their only use is to spawn a mushroom.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure they beat Plasma Marines these days, though.
90 health.
They
There's a certain
definitely
thing that deals 80 damage. Yeah, they have a ton of health. Their DPS is miserable though.
yeah. The range isn't great either, but I think it's still the same range as a Plasma Marine.
Yeah, they do beat them. Jinglong, extremely powerful. Probably one of the better cards in the game.
That's broken.
The
Like,
huge AoE damage, stun on demand, on top of getting value from your spell, and the enemy casting spells can't kill it. He pairs so well on defense and offense, along with other Zenshi cards or any spell such as Impetus to bring units into the stun.
yep.
Over and over, plus your teammate gets to use him also.
It's ridiculous. Like, they need they're trying to nerf him next patch. Actually, well, they kind of buffed him. Now he will only trigger on your spells. So
You decide
yes,
how he
the enemy could kill him with a spell now, but now their thing is you can't disrupt his. They call him the Jing flow or whatever. So like you get to choose when he disappears now.
Yeah, true.
Your enemy can't do that.
Although
but-
that reduces a bit. That reduces the skill level of the game. As a teammate, you can't use your friend's Jinglong anymore, and as an enemy, you can just spell him instead of having to wait a bit and time it, which I think sucks. Like, makes the game lower skill for everyone involved.
Mhm.
Alright, Jolo! Jolo. I have a lot to say about Jolo. Jolo is an amazing 3 card. He beats most other 3 cards. He beats all 2 mana cards. He laughs in the face of big units. But the biggest thing that makes him a hero is the fact that he has Scrat level weight. You can squeeze him behind anything, including other Scrats, which means you can so easily recap bridges behind it.
Yep.
Not only that, he has an effective health of about 350, which is the old warrior's health. His DPS is nuts. He walks super fast and has a fast swing speed, which means he can deliver that DPS fast. Unlike the bear, who is his complete opposite. The bear is extremely fat. I think he's fatter than a statue. You can't squeeze him on the bridge. He's got a long range and very slow build up on his attack. That's why you should use Jolo today.
And just gain haste when your hand is full of Scrats, which
That
makes
too.
his DPS like it's over 50 for a 3 mana card. The haste is crazy. Like I've seen some Scrat only decks on the in the game, and it makes him. And you can triple wildcard him.
I have him right there. Yeah, Jolo cheese 2v2. 3 Jolos, always hasted. They're just nuts. That haste means he can rush people down. Like he can fuck up a cannon roller. He runs up to them so fast.
The only way to kill him easily in that fair trade is Pinsir.
Yeah, oh yeah, that was the thing. You cannot answer Jolo in any good way. Well, very rarely in any good way where you come out on top. The enemy plays a hasted Jolo, you need to either let him through to your face to whack you and then cap behind him, or overcome it with like 4 or 5 mana to even stop him. That was another good point of Jolo. It forces the enemy into overspending. That's my
Laeliel's Vortex.
This used to cost 2+1, I think. It
Yeah.
used to pull your own units, it used to deal 100 damage.
65 damage isn't great, but it'll kill most swarms. It's some crowd control. You can pull things out of the pocket, move them across, but...
Yeah, it's one of those cards that got used a bit much by good players, so it got nerfed over and over. And now it's barely used.
I think they could maybe reduce the damage and make it cost the 2+1 again.
Yeah, I would like that. The radius is its main use, I think, now. Like, it really reaches us super far.
Yeah.
But it doesn't enable that many good plays for 4 mana, I'd say maybe use it with a Colossus or other AoE units. But I much prefer Impetus for moving troops now.
Lost Legionnaires.
They used to have Rage on Empyrean Army. They had crazy DPS for 3 mana.
Yeah,
What's
the
that?
shield
They
is
had
a much
16.
better place for them.
Yeah. A lot of people still use them. They're fine. Nobody
They
uses
can't-
Legionnaires though.
Yeah, they can't block Wheel of Doom anymore.
They got nerfed to 150 health, which is
Yeah.
in itself a
It's still
sort
good
of
health.
threshold. 160, they would survive few things. I don't know. It's not that big of a threshold, but sometimes it matters.
I like them. They're good cheap tanks. They capture bridges. They can be a front line.
As soon as you want to build an Empyrean army, you bring them. They're just so
Oh,
good.
100%.
There's a lot of these 3 mana cards for bridge grabs since the game moved away from 1 mana bridge grabs, and those are one of the staples along with things like Plasma Marines and Jolo. Gnats.
The Gnats.
Hmm.
I don't like them.
I think the only
They're blind plasma marines that die when their thing the protecting dies.
their only good thing about them is the fact that they're a spell. Other than that, I don't see them being
Yeah.
any good. Like
Old
the
Shock Rock
kills them.
Could kill all three.
I guess them being flying helps. Like you can't whirly scrap them. But again, I don't know. These cards that are only used in sort of cheesy ways are a bit boring.
I see them used on Scrat Tank a lot, but
True. Scrat Tank is a bit of a sleeper card, sort of. I feel like he's got so much health, but the nerf to air units made it way less useful. Maybe it could have a tech or not. I don't know.
maybe spend some tech to get an extra nat, or maybe shields or something.
Give him shield haste rage. Nether step. This was it? I don't know. Was it ever like a card that you could expect people to use and rush you down? I think it used to cost 2 and it affected air.
Yeah, I rarely see it. Like, the only times I see it is when someone tries to nether step their card to face faster, but for 3 mana, it feels bad.
Yeah. So I think this is another one of those cards that used to be quite good, but they didn't like it, so they nerfed it over. And someone picking up the game wouldn't use this. Like, they don't get the 3 mana value from it.
Pincer.
Oh, 1 sec. Got a rack attack. Pincer was it used to scare away everyone away from your target if you killed it. Then they made it so that it always scared the one
Yeah.
you hit. And then it still does. Oh, interesting.
No, it only scares the target you hit.
Yeah. It used
If it
didn't
survives.
it used to cost 2 mana?
I don't think so. It's always been 3, and it used to do more damage too.
Oh yeah, like 150, 130.
Because you could use, I think you used to be able to take out a Stixie with it.
Let's look.
I'm not 100% sure though. I'll bring up the wiki.
Oh my god, it used to deal 170 damage, and then 130, and then 100, because it was one of the few cards that didn't really get nerfed by the sweeping spell nerf, so everyone used this and Flyby, because they were the 2 last unnerfed spells.
170 was insane. Like, you could do so much with that. Plus the fear it used to have.
AoE fear, yeah.
Now it's mainly used to pick off
counter
some
cheese.
units.
To counter-
Sometimes you can fear a rammer away from your base to save yourself a few seconds, but
yeah, the fear I think can be used, for example, in the Golem versus Golem beatdown or things like that. When you've got a fat unit that needs CCing. It helps.
Yeah.
It's also used to counter Gax, Cheese, and 2v2s.
Oh yeah, because it can kill the egg quite easily.
That and I guess Bounty, but not enough people use Bounty. It's super good. People don't really have removal for Bounty. Like, I've been doing these conquests, and often we had the Bounty Sniper, and that's the absolute carry of our conquest runs.
Oh yeah, because, well, it goes through the shield, takes out Bounty Sniper for 3 mana, so... I like it.
Bounty Sniper
I think it's
is one of those cards that absolutely need to be played around and kept in check. You can't ignore it.
Mm-hmm.
Alright, Plasma Marines. They used to deal
15
15 damage every 0.9 seconds. 15 divided by 0.9. They used to have 16.7 DPS. But along with the nerf to crossbow dudes, these became the go-to bridge grab ranged DPS cheap ones. And then they nerfed them, and they can't one-shot Scrats anymore, which was quite revolutionary.
Yeah, because they could take out a Scrat Horde themselves, but now they can't.
Yeah. I did some tests when... I don't know if I shared that with you, but I did some tests on like how many Scrats can a Plasma Marine kill now, and do they die to a Horde or all that. And yeah, they did just get wrecked by Scrats. It's weird though, the Scrats were sort of designed to be one-shottable by everything but other Scrats. This was like... Apart from the Mancers, I guess, these are the only ones that can't one-shot the Scrat.
Yeah, they're really only useful in Outlander decks where you need Techno.
There's still an option I consider in most decks, but not as much staple as before, where it's like, you build a deck, you bring Plasma Marines every single time. Ravenous Swarmers. Those are pretty good, actually.
If you cast a spell and they don't get killed and they're on the field, they'll shred through anything.
How much DPS is that?
Rage and Haste.
1.5, Haste is 1.83. Each of them deals 36 DPS, so that's 145 DPS. That's pretty much the most DPS you can get for the mana cost. If left unchecked, yeah, they just murder.
Yeah, because they're still super easy to... They still die super easily, but yeah. Like, if you have like a statue pushing or some kind of anything that can't defend itself, these things will just eat through them.
It's a bit strange. Like, how do you exactly use them? In 1v1, I've fought someone that was using Milloween and like a last stand, huge push with a bit of healing, and then once you've expended all your resources, he casts those Ravenous Swarmers to catch you off guard. But like, there's a bit... Sorry?
I have them in one of my Milloween decks, actually.
Yeah, they can be such a good tool, but I feel like it's strange having to decide, do I use them defensively or offensively? Like, defensively they can get wrecked by a quick spell, and then you're a bit left, I don't know, without resource, if you're counting on them too much. And then offensively, they get in there and they can really catch someone off guard, but they can also expose themselves to being countered. It's a very glass cannon card. But of course, the commitment isn't even big. You cast a spell and in 3 mana, it happens very often that they're activated. And they cap bridges. So...
I think they're in a good spot.
Yeah, agreed.
Reboomer.
This is an interesting card, I'd say. Like, high risk, high reward. I know it's often said, but this one is exactly that. It used to be... You used to spawn 2 for 2 mana for the Ravenous Swarmers, I think. I need to go back and check, but you could have a Howling Moon back then. It used to give once bitten to 2 of your units and reduce everyone's health. So you could do a very cheesy combo with Ravenous Swarmers into Howling Moon and generate 2 Rage Hasted Werewolves. I have a video of that exactly here, which I'll post on Twitch.
Cool.
Tiff says the Reboomer is obnoxious. Agreed.
There's so many times where I think I'm gonna kill it on time, but then it like comes back out of its egg and just annihilates me.
It's seriously so annoying to do. It's in so many of the annoying decks. When I saw that card in 1v1, I don't know, used by Ravagers or Setsu, I knew I was in for a fun time with a bunch of Gorak and Blood Imps.
Yep.
Scrat Horde also used to be a like go-to that absolutely everyone used in 1s and in 2s. It's mostly a defensive card, an answer card.
Ever since they made it only 8 scrats, it just feels terrible.
Yeah, it really doesn't feel as... I feel like it's in very much the same vein as the Plasma Marines, where I still consider it, but not as much. It's not at the front of my mind when I build a deck anymore. It used to be...
Well, with the very next card, Scrat Tunnels,
Oof.
like it makes Scrat Horde just useless.
Definitely.
Because
Scrat
same
Tunnel...
cost, you wait 4 seconds, you retunnel, and you get the Scrat Horde, and then, I mean, you still get unlimited production from it for the next freaking 20 seconds, which is nuts.
It wasn't really used on launch. Okay, so
No,
Scrat Tunnels...
it used to only spawn 3.
Okay, that's something I wanted to talk with you about. That buff from 3 to 4 isn't that much of a like 33% straight up buff, I would say, because the card still keeps all of its weaknesses and all that. It's still the same use, but yeah, it's a very annoying buff. That a card that really didn't really need it. The card itself, I feel like on its own is very strong, and I don't think you need to wait. I think the normal generation is on a separate timer than on the tunneling timer, but I would have to play it more to figure out.
You can make it spawn 8 simultaneously.
Okay. Also the fact that it has an ability, it's kind of weird how it cycles your deck. You can't really plop it down and instantly go on to the next card to cycle, so that's a bit strange. I don't really have much trouble with it. Fighting it. I wouldn't really like instantly use a Grenadier and Blastmancer on it. I kind of wait a bit to let a few scrats build up.
Oh yeah, because that's the thing. Because like, as soon as you place that AOE answer, then they can retunnel and make them go to the other bridge.
Exactly. You need to wait a bit to counter it. I hate the fact that it made everyone run Blastmancer, and now Blastmancer is getting nerfed.
Yeah, I really hope they don't make that Blastmancer nerf go through.
God, Blastmancer was such like my best friend in both 1v1 and 2v2. It's such a skilled card, in my opinion. People like to plop it down to kill a few scrats, but that's not how you use it.
No, too many people use it way too... They use it in the wrong situations all the time.
It's like, oh my god, there's 3 scrats coming, better place down a Blastmancer in my pocket. I know I said that recently, but the Blastmancer is there to obliterate the backline. Like, it kills elves and plasma marines and vultures and crossbow dudes and grenadiers. That's the main use of it. It melts razors and all that.
Yep.
I love him for that. And then they're gonna nerf him and not even give him back his global damage. It's so dumb. I wanted to look something up. Okay, Tibbs saying that Scrat Tunnels maybe got changed.
Okay. I'll be right back. I'm gonna go let my bird out of his cage.
Oh my god, send bird pics.
I can. I'll do that.
Scrat Tunnels production speed was improved from 5 seconds to 4 seconds. Okay. And then increased from 3 to 4. Maybe Blastmancer was too strong. But he does kind of like say fuck you to the whole entire meta of the game, which is having a ton of smaller cheaper cards going on around with like 2 big units per deck, with the rest being all cheap cards. It forces the enemy to have that answer for the Blastmancer. Kind of like a Coax, I guess everyone ran an answer to that, but nobody cares too much about the Blastmancer, mostly because people don't use it well. It's such a weird cyclic dynamic.
Okay, I'm back.
Yo, we're discussing the Blastmancer. Like, I'm saying that Blastmancer keeps in check the overarching fact in the game where decks you want to have like 5 small units and then 2 big units.
Yeah.
Blastmancer says fuck you to all of those big, small units. No backline allowed. A nerf to its AoE might be decent, as Merlin suggests.
Yeah, that's not a bad idea. So because like if it's on your side of the field, like it'll clear out everything on your side.
God, I love him. People play into it, people don't carry counters to it. Tibbs saying Rock Rival's the best card in the game. That's correct. Look at all my decks, all of them have... These are Conquest decks, these two. That's why they don't have Rock Rivals. Rock Rivals is seriously so damn good.
Okay, Snake Druid?
Snake Druid was used in cheese, not really cheese, but very annoying Stormbringer decks. People would bring 3 of them. I think it used... Well, the range and the bridge grab was insane on Stormbringer. But recently it was still used as a defensive option, also DPS option, but mostly for Cult Leader Bound, because that basically makes him cost 2. Now that there's no use for Slitherbound anymore, I don't use him. I wouldn't use him.
Yeah. I mean, he has his uses against like units that want to go directly to face, but DPS isn't great. Doesn't have a ton of health. Can only attack ground units, but
yeah, he's just okay.
He's okay. He does what he needs to do in certain situations.
It was such a good like addition to a Slither deck. Slithers have had very useful abilities. That's why they were also strong.
Yeah.
Sniper Scrat. He got
good.
a few buffs a long time ago to his attack speed, but he's been in a very good spot since.
Well, because they kept nerfing his attack speed, I thought.
What?
Because he used to do every 3.5 seconds.
Oh, they reverted his attack speed, maybe because of the huge sniper meta.
Yeah. Him and Bounty Sniper used to attack faster. But thank God they don't anymore.
Yeah, because like all the spell nerfs, nobody has the spells anymore to counter them.
I don't see the need for Sniper Scrat for when you get for 4 mana. For 1 mana more, you get much better. You get a much better unit that has a potential shield and can give you XP for killing things.
Yeah, I feel like my approach to both of them would be very different. I wouldn't like consider them in the same sort of deck. The Bounty Sniper is more in a cycler defensive deck, whereas the Sniper is more of a general deck where you sort of need a bit of an answer to, I don't know, big units or air units. I don't see them exactly. Like, when I consider the Sniper, I think of a unit to deal damage. When I consider the Bounty Sniper, I think of a unit to generate XP.
Yeah. That's a fair point, because, like, yeah, the Bounty Sniper, you want it to kill things. Whereas the Sniper Scrat, if it doesn't kill it, it's not the end of the world.
Yeah, you don't feel bad for it locking onto a Colossus.
Okay.
Ooh, now that's one for me. Spawn of Fury. It has received so many changes. Its first iteration was super interesting, then it got changed into something that nobody ever used. And then very slowly they slowly buffed it and still nobody uses it. So it used to make a copy of a card and both of them would have 50% health. but full damage. That's why it's called Spawn of Fury.
Yeah.
But that got changed pretty quickly into what we have now, and then nobody used it, and then nobody used it.
The only time I see people use it now is on Wizard Puffs.
Yeah, people did use that on Wizard Puff. Like Lubunator did that a lot. But with the recent buff to both this and Crystal Construct, I made it my mission to try to make it work. Fortunately, I failed. I used it on things such as Shen or Kalet or Brother of the Burning Fist. You know, those like 5 to 7 cost, not too much, but not too cheap either. You try to copy it, you try to get that effect more often. It's... The biggest thing is that when I used it, I didn't feel a very big impact. I always play... The outcome was always better when I didn't even bother using it. So I tried it on the Crystal Construct. I did all the math because, well, I was looking for units that have abilities on summon or on death or over time.
Yeah.
So for Crystal Construct, I did all the math to try to figure it out, and like, I forget what was my conclusion, but I think you get exactly the same ratio of health per mana spent or something, because the Spawn of Fury basically costs 2 in this situation, because you'll get 1 extra mana back.
Well, I have a question. I don't know if you ever tested it with the Crystal Constructs. If you spawn the Crystal Construct right in the middle, and then you spawn a Fury, will they both go in different directions?
Yeah, that was the big thing about my research. Like, sending 2 Crystal Construct on the same lane wasn't great. The conclusion is that they have exactly the same health to mana cost ratio as a statue. They move a bit faster, but they attack, so it's like basically a statue. I did try to spawn them in the center. If that would have worked, that would have been amazing. But I tried over and over again with different timing and positioning, and like it worked once out of 25 attempts. I'm pretty sure I showed you that too.
Yeah, you did a while ago.
So it's super inconsistent no matter how hard I tried. That would have been the saving grace of this strategy, like being able to cap both bridges. Nick Show, I think I did some research with Nick Show. He had interest in my math and all that, and we tried it out together. I tried having one person run Mordar and Crystal Construct, and the other person run Milloween, Spawn of Fury. This way, the cycle Spawn of Fury deck could actively give mana to the Mordar through that, but like it's it wasn't great. But Nick Show has been using it with Combustion in 1v1, so I'm happy about that. Getting the same health per mana as a statue, but double the Combustion damage. Phew, that's all I had to say about that.
On to Spirit Infusion then?
I don't have much to say about that.
I think the buff they gave it was good. It used to cost 4 mana.
Oh yeah.
You get 3 spirits for 3 mana. I think it's very good in 2v2.
And people
if
still
you have
run stupid Spirit Mancer when this exists.
Yeah. The Spirit Mancer's terrible, but we'll talk about that when we get there.
Cursed Ascension, that's a cool boon for the only faction that still works.
Yeah. Sunburn.
Sunburn was added so long ago. For a very short time it used to not hurt your own units. That was the best of times.
That's another thing that they're considering doing next patch, is it will only deal 50% damage to your own units.
Oh, that makes sense. That might actually make it used. It used to deal 100 damage. The way they nerfed it to 80 damage is very strange. It feels like they removed the first 2 ticks of damage. So it takes longer for it to deliver its damage now, which was very noticeable back when the change was made.
Yeah.
80 damage is a threshold for only snipers, I feel like. You kill grenadiers, I guess. You kill annoying propeller scrats, but nobody uses those.
But now, if it only deals 40 damage to your units, you could, like, I don't know, clear out a swarm around one of your bigger guys, give him rage at the same time, while not dealing a ton of damage to him.
Yeah, it would be a versatile source of rage and multi-hit spell for removal on Gags and snipers, and the swarmers around your Golem or Fenrir.
I think
feel
it might be okay.
Yeah. It would be in the same spot, but people would see it in a better way.
Okay, TAS. I
Okay, one sec. Tibbs is asking, when you try to send one minion in each lane with Spawn of Fury, you would play Spawn of Fury first and then the unit at the very space again, right? You have to, because otherwise the walk forward... I tried so many different timings, and Defogo told me that I could actually play Spawn of Fury first, which then I tried that and it still didn't work. I tried Construct into Spawn, I tried Construct wait a sec and then Spawn, I tried Construct instantly to Spawn, and then I tried Spawn instantly to Construct. They would, like, Spawn of Fury perfectly copies it horizontally. There is like zero vertical offset. I don't know how I got it once, but like maybe I got my spawn was slightly into the master tower and they pushed each other super slightly, but it was completely inconsistent. If you want to try it out for yourself, please do. If you find a consistent way to split them, that would be great. Okay, TAS. Panda, talk to me. Oh no, I'm all alone. I don't know what to say about that. I feel like these cards that have an ability are too weird for me to use. They always mess me up. Mess up my cycle. Mark is fine. The closest enemy minion, this is weird. That means that like it changes all the time. It used to be the lowest health minion in range, but it also means that it will always target invisible units and reveal them. Hellfire is super strong, which is fine because it's gated behind a lot of other things, such as its inability to cycle and the 3 mana cost and all that.
I don't like it.
Oh, you're back. Hello.
Wait, what?
You were muted for a bit, I think.
Was I muted that entire time?
Well, ever since my Spawn of Fury rant, yeah.
Wait, you didn't hear anything I said about how I hate TAS?
All I heard is that you hate TAS.
Oh, I don't know. That's weird. I hate TAS. I think it's terrible.
Okay.
It costs way too much mana to even get the first ability off. And it costs 6 mana to cast the first initial Hellfire. Well, because the building itself costs 3, and the first Hellfire costs 3.
I thought it was 2.
No, it's 3. It's terrible.
Okay, in that case, yeah, that's fucked.
Like maybe that I was saying that maybe if it's cheaper, it's better. But 6 mana to do that, and then you don't even retake a bridge with it.
Plus, it goes back to the end of your deck after it. I don't know. It means
Like,
that you
maybe
can't have it as an answer for a certain card every time the enemy uses it, because your cycle gets a bit weird.
Maybe it's because I've never seen a good player use it. Because like every time I'm in randoms and I see my teammate have tasks, they'll just spam it nonstop. I'm like, what are you doing? You're not doing anything for us. And he's
Right.
just spending all this mana killing things.
I did fight someone good that used it in pre-mades. It was oppressive, but they would have achieved the same thing with a fireball.
Yeah, I don't like it, but
It does generate a ton of tech, though.
yeah,
That person
I don't know.
used to wildcard it in solos.
Veilstalker?
I'll be right back, sorry.
Okay. Hello, Madman. Is he? I mean, those two are good players, but I've never seen them use it, so. Hello. I am not the streamer. The streamer is currently away. Use a task to support a push and then stop the counter push. I guess I can see it being used there. I just think that other spells can do that better for less mana. Because like 2 casts of it will end up costing you 10 mana. And like if you see it on the field, you're typically pretty smart about where you're gonna spawn your units.
Back.
Hello.
Randoms is painful. Yeah, it really is. Oh, before we continue, I wanted to talk about the puffs again because we're a bit talking about them differently at the time. Disruptor Puff, I like him in a few tech-centric decks. It's the cheapest way to cap both bridges. Heal Puff is pretty nice. Mana Puff is decent. It's not really often that it's left unchecked and actually generates mana. It often generates 1 mana. Square Puff is nice. Okay, Vilestalker. What do you think of her?
Veilstalker?
Yeah.
Bring her up right now. I've never noticed this before because I've never looked at her. Bring her up on your stream. Have you ever noticed how skinny she is? That looks very unhealthy.
Oh my god, you're right. She got the dumpy though.
I think she's good. I try to avoid using her in spell decks because if she's not in the right position, it's going to make your spells cost 1 extra mana.
Yeah, I've hated that. I never actually used her.
But she's very AIDS. Her stealth is so slow that it is so hard to tell where she is.
One thing I like about her is that she's punishable a lot.
Yeah.
So she might seem like a low skill card to use, but I do enjoy laughing at the user by making them waste so much mana.
Oh, like if you put a Unholy Ground Knight by her,
Right.
The skeletons will spawn perfectly and they'll make her use like 5 mana just to kill 5 skeletons.
That's great.
But I think she's great. I have no issues with her. I'd rather use her over the Void Azog card, the one where.
Well, this one doesn't have an ability, so it's a bit different.
It's an ability that you don't control, right?
Mm.
But it does similar things for the similar cost.
It's super easy to use, and it's easy for noobs to get wrecked by her.
Yeah.
So I don't know. I've never played her. I just like countering her. That's for me at least.
Her DPS with Mana Surge is also quite good.
Well, Tibbs, I don't necessarily waste 2 mana. Plus, what's that? The enemy needs way more mana to achieve things than I do. So if I was... wait, that's all wrong. Anyway, I like to capture a bridge. What? So, like, if the enemy plays a Veilstalker on the bridge, you can play an Elite Swarmer, for example, and she will swap behind the Elite Swarmer. So the enemy paid 4 mana for nothing. You paid 2 mana for the bridge.
Yeah, I can understand that.
I like countering her that way, or like a Swarmer pack will cap the bridge and make her swap over. Oh, speaking of which, Unholy Ground is next.
Nice. This card is so... I love this card. Even like without a Cursed Ascension, I think it's great.
Yeah,
Counters
very
flying
versatile.
units. You can distract a big unit for eternity.
Cap both.
You can capture
bridges.
both bridges. You can distract enemy masters.
Yeah, improve a push by adding annoying skeletons in the pockets.
It's so versatile.
And it has been used over the years, in solos and duos. Increase the duration by 6 seconds. That's kind of insane, considering the base card itself is so good. It becoming like, I would say twice as good, even though it's not twice the duration. It boosts the effect so much. Because the enemy can't wait it out anymore. You have to play it in the late game like that. Time is so important that you can't wait until all the skeletons are gone. They contest the bridge over and over again for 16 seconds. 16 seconds of high mana generation is a lot more valuable than 10 seconds at the early game.
Yep.
They keep making a bridge contested, so the enemy can't get XP from it.
I think overall it's probably just one of the most versatile spells in the game. You can do so much with it.
Yeah, I agree.
With or without Ascension Ended. I just counter flying units, distractions, bridge caps, just everything. Vulture Prime.
I would say the only thing it doesn't do is deal instant damage.
Yeah, the DPS from the skeletons isn't great, but
yeah, fuck Accursed, Marilyn. Accursed has been like the most meta deck type since Morelia's release, and it's never budged. They only added things to it. They barely added Stoutheart things.
I'm glad they're focusing more on Stoutheart now, though.
What did they do?
Well, because the next patch, I'm pretty sure they're adding more Stoutheart minions, plus the Adventuring Party. The new dragon is Stoutheart.
Yeah. Do they have Revelry, though? They need more love on that side, I feel like.
No, yeah, that's a good point.
I've been wanting them to add like a sort of earthquake spell that deals percentage health damage and triggers Revelry once.
What is Mountain Shaper? What faction is that?
I think it's Stoutheart. Duh.
It is, yeah.
Okay, Vulture. Oh boy. Such a great card. I love it so much.
It is so good. The shield, the marked, the DPS it has, like
the 25 damage per hit, it just melts.
Well, because like it gives itself marked too, so like it just.
Well, it boosts up to 25, which 2 shots a lot of the small units.
Yeah,
Marine, Skeletons, Grenadier. It's part of the 3 ranged flying 3 mana cost minions that are so good in Jiaolong, Jinglong, Vulture Prime. Oh, and maybe and Druid. But yeah, Vulture, and I always add a Vulture or a Jinglong to my decks. You can see that.
I love Vulture. It's just it's nuts.
Both of them in this deck here. Yeah, the DPS boost to all of you and
all
your friends,
ranged
units. Especially like on Milloween. You boost the shit out of your turtle. Oh, it has so many uses. Cards like this are fun because they have uses. They're not generic, go forward and hit. So if you have a push going on, and then the push eventually is about to reach the master phase, and which means the enemy can finally place down units to counter it, you place down your Vulture way at the back at the bridge, and then if the enemy places anything, the Vulture will mark that and all your units turn around to kill that. That's the kind
Yep.
of use that I love.
Freaking one of my favorite things to do, because everyone knows I love Ruby. I love pairing Vulture with Ruby, especially when Ruby could still attack air units. But like, you put Ruby up in the field, and then you spawn Vulture a ways behind it, and like even if Ruby gets on face, but then they surround Ruby,
Yeah.
then Vulture comes in and makes Ruby re-aggro and just
Does she?
melt everything else around it.
Is it her body that turns? Do the cannons actually retarget? Because
Yes.
there's been weird things with the cannons and not respecting taunt, for example.
The cannons do retarget as with her, so like if something is marked, Ruby will fully turn around and attack it.
Okay.
So
I think
yeah, like
her
I'll
cannons still don't care about taunt though. Her body turns to the taunt, but the cannons don't target the taunt.
I think one cannon does. I think one ignores it. I don't know.
Maybe the one that is in the way when she rotates, the cannon gets in the range of the taunt, so the cannon targets that.
Yeah.
The other cannon is never in range of taunt, so it keeps on the. No, it's so weird.
But yeah, Vulture Prime, it's like S tier.
Yeah.
Amazing card.
The tech, you always have enough tech for that. If you carry a single other blast,
Yeah.
Outlander
25
spell,
tech is very cheap.
such as Impetus Blast, you get that 5 mana, which is for the tech, the shield. I'm pretty sure that Marked has a higher priority than Taunt.
Yeah, I think so.
Okay, Walking Blind Date. That has been rarely changed. It used to not have Taunt.
I think the taunt made it better, obviously.
I don't think it used to have Rush either.
Because yeah, it just runs directly at the enemy master. I think the only thing I don't like about it is that obviously you can use it for a distraction, quick bridge grab or whatever, but the fact that you have to most of the time spawn it into a fight and you're not always going to get the unit you want, and it makes it a little hard to work with.
I fought it often in twos where the enemy has a deck pretty much entirely dedicated to always having units on the bridges, like cheaper ones. They often run Blind Date, and yeah, that's often the case. It just ends up in the middle of a fight, and then you get a bounty sniper, or you
There's
get
like
something that
Blind
flies and
Date.
doesn't cap the bridge.
Blind Date, you can spawn it in your pocket, and then you can adjust to what you get.
Yeah, exactly. I feel like this one is a bit of a Screaming Scrat light, where it's mostly used if you would the taunt units to kite them around your field.
Yeah.
Like everyone uses it as a squeeze it behind an enemy and then cap the bridge instantly.
Which kind of feels bad sometimes when you get, like you said, a bounty sniper and then it just instantly dies, because then they get the bridge back anyway.
Tibbs. I don't really remember the original Stormy. I just remember that everyone would use a priestess for the full heal on it and it would never stop. Also, it didn't did it self-stun? I don't even remember. But that was dark time with all the Zenshi stuns. Warrior. An all-around fighter with average health and damage, which is the worst 3 mana melee unit you can have.
Yeah, I don't really like her anymore unless you need her for an Imprian deck, I guess. Like in almost every situation, I would rather have the bear.
Yeah, you got Bear, Jolo, and Lost Legionnaires as other options, which all have about the same effective health and DPS as she does, but with so many more buffs.
And
she was the like. I feel like all the cards should have been balanced around her being so generic.
Because one thing that has always bugged me is that she loses to a Whirly Scrat.
Yeah, now she has less DPS, less single target DPS than Whirly Scrat.
Yeah, and same amount of health. Which is crazy to me.
She could win before that nerf, but not anymore.
She still beats the bear in a 1v1, but like the bear is just more versatile with a thick hide.
As for the bear, the one thing that I hate when using him is kind of the same thing as a Defenso Chopper, where he takes so long to get on top of the bridge. If you mistime him, like if your reaction time isn't fast enough, then he'll be stuck on your side of the bridge for multiple XP ticks for the enemy. Other than that, he's decent. He takes a while to deliver his damage, so he's more of a tank.
Yeah, 3 seconds. I use him in my Scrapyard deck because he's a cheap tank that can frontline for the Outlander units that get produced.
Outlanders are, yeah, kind of cheap to like, kind of weak to themselves, which are a lot of quick DPS, which the bear is good against. Jiaolong, okay, everyone used to have Jiaolong in their decks back then. He used to deal something like 30-35 damage per hit. He used to get Rage, Haste, and Shield, I think. Now they dropped the Shield at least.
Shield would make him quite strong.
He was like the Vulture Prime of his time, when there was no other like 3 mana cost, range, strong, flying units for 3 mana.
This is another card they want to change that they're proposing. In the proposed changes, they're saying that only enemy spells will trigger his passive.
Well, that's kind of dumb.
Like, that's a nerf.
Yeah, this guy doesn't need a nerf now. People don't carry as many spells as they did back then.
Exactly, and like, the whole point of the Rage and Haste is to try and get it probably as soon as possible, right? You want to use your own spell to trigger it. But now, if the enemy doesn't have any spells, he's useless. Because his DPS isn't great without the Rage and Haste.
Yeah, well, his design is to counter spells. So it makes sense that he's weak without that. But it's such a strange design. You force the enemy into not playing something. They can't counter by just not playing it, and then if they play a spell, they know what they're gonna deal with.
Yeah.
Also, very often as an enemy, that would make him harder to deal with. Very often as an enemy, I wait for if I'm facing Jiaolong, I wait for the enemy to play a spell so I can Daggerfall Jiaolong.
Yeah.
But
and
then
just kill him.
I can't do that anymore. Anyway, if they do that, they should buff his damage a bit.
I can agree with that.
Like, make him a bit more reliable when you're using it, and make it more punishing if the enemy needs to use a spell, which is his design, to punish spells.
Zap Shrine?
That used to cost 2 mana.
Yeah.
So everyone used it. Super Cancer.
But for 3 mana, it kind of feels bad. The Zenshi Flow is kind of nice in the right situation. But
that's its pretty much only use. Is the huge stun. Nobody really uses it for the.
Wait, no. It used to cost 4 mana. Because
So
I remember you would get it as
and...
Apep's third perk.
Oh, yeah.
And that was terrible.
So let's see. Mana increased from 3 to 4, and then they nerfed they nerfed the range and they buffed the mana cost back down to 3, and the range doesn't reach the Master Tower anymore.
Yeah.
It's meh. You don't really use it. It's only used for a
in a Zenshi deck.
Yeah, a gimmick Zenshi deck where you spawn a bit of monkeys and then stun everything at once and hope your monkeys clear everything.
Zeppelin Bomber?
That's funny, Tibbs. I like that. Jiaolong used to deal a bolt of damage to the enemy Master Tower.
Really? That's crazy.
I kinda like that though. Tibbs, did Jiaolong used to phase out of existence also? Or could you kill him with a spell? There was a lot of those, like, I don't know, phase damage things. I started playing so late into the game's lifespan, like 2 years after it released. Which one is next? What changed?
Zeppelin bomber.
Yeah. It used to give haste on the swarm, now it spawns 2.
I think the spawning 2 is actually way better.
Yeah.
Because, like, you never really wanted to use it as a thing that would run down at the tower. At least that's not how I thought it should be used. Because, like,
Agreed.
it drops a bomb, it'll wreck anything in its path, and the slower it moves, I think the more beneficial that is.
Yeah, agreed.
And now that you can have 2 of them, like, that's a lot of DPS just raining down.
Well, it's pretty much it carpet bombs the ground. Like 2 of them is more DPS than 1 with haste, obviously. Plus, it's more health, a bit harder to deal with.
Mm-hmm.
The downside is, of course, it doesn't cap bridges. It can't really deny bridges either. So it's a damage card in itself. It's not a control card very much.
No. I don't mind getting it out of cheese date though, because then if it has rage and you can still have Scrat Swarm with it, you can potentially get 2 rage.
Does it trigger?
It does, I think. I'm
That'd
pretty
be
sure
fun.
it does. So you can get 2 rage Zeppelin bombers flying at you.
Lol. I think it's just fine. It's alright in a all Scrat deck, especially to boost a Jolo, for example. Ardent Aegis. How do you pronounce that?
I say Aegis,
My god.
but I like this card. I think it's strong in the right decks. Like, I use it in one of my Imprene decks with the Shield Guard of Light. I basically let my Shield Guard do the defending that he needs to, and then once he's done defending, you heal him up, but with 250 health, and send him back with an escort.
Yeah, 4 mana is quite a bit though.
For 4 mana, 250 health, 2 Legionnaires, and 2 Crossbow Dudes.
They don't split up, unfortunately.
That's true. The
It
split
used to
kind
be
of
so
sucked.
that if you had a Empyrean army, it would heal. Otherwise, it wouldn't.
Yeah.
So
Now it
you
just
could
has to be
target
on.
any unit and heal them back then, but not anymore.
Now it's just you have to heal an Imprian unit.
Yeah, it's a bit limited.
Assassin.
It's used a lot in control decks. It's good as a rotation if you always catch the same enemy's unit. It's good for
Yeah.
defense. It's good to recap even behind units. You can make that assassin swirl on the bridge.
It wins a lot of 1v1s, especially if he gets the first stealth hit off.
But it does get swarmed by a few counters that cost as much or not as much, like I don't know, a Swarmer in Grenady or an Elite Swarmer to tank the subsequent hits.
Yeah.
It's pretty strong, still good, hard to counter.
Azog. I think they're supposed to be fixing his, because right now he doesn't give you Voidborn Wound,
Oh, that'd be cool.
which was everyone's complaint, but now, next patch, they're supposed to be fixing that, so he's very good at getting it, because you can Shadow Dance onto face, and
The only person that I saw use it well was a German gamer recently. It's kind of like a terrifying presence.
Yeah.
His damage is unpredictable, I feel like, and it's hard to approach. Plus, he can go back onto a bridge after you squeeze behind him. So
That's
yeah,
true.
it's a bit of a skillful card to play and terrifying to face. It's a bit of a wrecked light in the fact that he advances fast, and then once he's on your side, you don't know how to approach him. You don't know how to manage him. Wrecked can teleport and put an illusion. This guy can dash and kill your units.
He attacks
he
twice
attacks
per second,
twice. Yeah.
which they
Chuk, chuk.
kind of failed to state, but
Right? 25 damage every second equals 50 damage per second.
well, because the 25 just means that's how much he does per attack, right?
Mm-hmm.
But they just don't say that he attacks twice, which is silly. Or I guess it does say 1 sec. Okay, yeah, I see how they. Yeah, it does say 1 second, doesn't it?
Couldn't the Azog reveal the assassin though, Merlin?
He could if you targeted the ability on the
It
assassin.
just goes zap on the assassin. That's why it's hard to approach this guy. If the person is playing him is aware and smart. Okay, Bats. This used to be paired with Azali and zero cost Blood Imps back in 1v1s and was horrible to face. Then it got nerfed to 4 mana, I think. It's not played as much.
It was used in the last tournament. I actually there's this player called Matt, and I've played him a couple of times where he ran Crackle with Bats.
Fun.
And he would reduce the Bats cost to 0 basically. And then you could get like a lot of Bats once they were reduced, and it was very hard to deal with all the Bats around if you didn't have the proper anti-air.
Yeah, they are kind of harder to deal with. They were individual Bats were stronger also a while ago, and then they also nerfed Azali's ability to shield air because of this.
Mm-hmm. But that's why in the tournament the guy was using Bannerman to shield his Bats, which was actually working quite well.
Oh yeah, I bet. Blade Star is also something that German Gamer was using recently.
Oh boy.
It's a bit of a weird spell. It's like a Wheel of Doom light, but with that one ability to completely melt a big unit if it's placed correctly.
They are buffing it.
Oh no.
It can now, I'll post it in chat if you want to play it on your stream. It can now bounce off. It now bounces off everything, including the walls of the arena.
Okay, that means you can squeeze it between any unit and the wall, and it will like hit it 7 times.
So that's busted. Potentially.
You're like right now you can squeeze it behind a big unit that's walking away from the pocket. It will hit the big unit, I don't know, 5 times, and the Master Tower 5 times.
Yep.
65 times 5, that's 325 face damage. I don't know, but I feel like this is the only use of this spell, is to squeeze it behind a big unit.
Yeah. Well, because like I've had my big units basically, if you place it properly, it'll just destroy any big unit.
You need to not place it in that position. Like, you always need to place it in the center, pretty much, after they do it once. Okay, Blastmancer, he used to cost 5, he used to deal 20 damage globally. As with all Mancers, I feel like people don't use him correctly. He got buffed to 4 mana, but the range got down, and then the damage got buffed to 25. Anyway, I explained earlier that he's there to blow up the back line. He's there to be placed often in the center of your arena, so he has more reach, and you can have him affect both sides by bringing enemies to him.
I think reducing the radius would be much better than increasing his mana cost.
I think we will still use it. Maybe not as often, but we'll definitely.
You're kind of forced to with all the spawners going on.
Yeah, agreed.
The spam meta is real.
There's been a few games that I reviewed where the person would have won the game with the proper Blastmancer. Also, Blastmancer is the king of Mana Frenzy. When Mana Frenzy happens, like, I dedicate my life to getting more Blastmancers out. Yeah, okay, Blind Date.
I like it. people don't like it. A lot of people I talk to say they prefer Walking Blind Date, but
I do
I like
prefer
the
blind
fact
date. Yeah.
I like the fact that you can spawn it in your pocket and then work with what you get.
And that's the entire thing of randomness. Try to work with it.
Yeah.
You don't
I
rely on it like on the Walking Blind Date.
always feels bad when you get a Gax out of it though. Unless you have some way to, if you're APEP or something, but
Yeah, the more strange units you can get from these are like Gax. Sometimes Stormy, you don't want him.
no.
'Cause
You
he
used to
just
be able to
goes
get
and
Demon
die.
Warrior,
Oh boy.
but they took Demon Warrior out of it, which is nice.
Out of the random pool. Getting a discounted Demon Warrior from Future Present sure was cool.
Oh, 100%.
Okay, Bounceberry Flingers. When they were added, they were absolutely busted. They had 40 base damage, which meant they had over 50 straight up damage with their giant growth, which could one-shot Marines and Skeletons.
They were the strongest released card I think ever
Yeah,
that
agreed.
that I've experienced,
Pretty much, to be honest. Like,
because they had the 2 myriads as well.
which means it was much easier than it is now to get them giant growth. Plus,
Yep.
you didn't need any other giant growth or Zenshi card. By
No, you didn't
themselves, they were extremely strong.
Like with the bounce effect too, you put them behind. You didn't even need to give them a front line. They would kill anything before they even got to them.
Right? With marksmanship, like one-shot Marines, that's insane. Plus, they would reach pockets. Oh my god. I posted that one picture on Reddit, like, no more wildcards in 1v1s, and it's my hand with 4 of them.
I think they're in an.
Oh,
I think they're in an okay spot now. I don't think they're that strong. They're not weak, but
it's back then using them not activated was fine. They were so strong that it didn't matter. But now,
Yeah.
if you don't play them activated, you're wasting your mana.
Yeah.
And yet, Tibbs, Walking Blind Date being one of the first 4 spells we see here that's actually good, is a good target for Morelia.
Oh yeah, 2 mana for 5 mana. That's pretty good.
Bounty Sniper, I explained earlier that he is sort of a win condition over time. So you want to protect him, you want to get him out, you want to play around the enemy's removals.
The XP he can give you can make or break a game. Like he can put you so far ahead.
Yeah,
Even like
up.
he can catch you up from being behind. In Mana Frenzy, he's just insane.
Right, catching up, it helps a ton.
I
really
love
turns
getting
it
him as
around.
APEP third perk.
Yeah, it's always a guaranteed win when you get it as an APEP third perk. It's like, okay, won the game now. Oh, Call to Arms I think is the card that has been changed the most.
Oh,
The
they're
game.
changing it again.
Oh boy. They probably have someone that loves it so much and they want to make it work.
Now, at 100 or less health, you get 1 Legionnaire. 200 or less, you get 2 Legionnaires. 201 or more, you get 3 Legionnaires.
Okay, yeah, that makes more sense. A Spear Thrower is so bad.
Yeah, the Spear Throw is terrible. But it's a bigger buff. I still don't think it'll be useful. It's better than what you get now, but
it's because it was super cheesed during a certain time, like a very particular time in the game's history, where at that moment it was crazy strong. But that's in the past, and it just doesn't work anymore. Nobody plays buildings anymore.
no.
They don't.
Well,
It's
the
just a
spawners,
scrap
but they're too
tunnel.
expensive.
It's like the Ghost Turret, it had a meta around the snipers, along with the... It used to create a certain meta where people would overwhelm you with even Grasping Thorns. They would spawn like 4 warriors at once, which was very hard to deal with. But now, of course, the warrior got nerfed, and now the Legionnaires got also nerfed.
Yeah.
What's the
It
point
has
of this? Like, you recycle your dead buildings? Oh, sorry. Yeah, I'm still thinking about the fact that it kills the building, but it doesn't do that
Yeah,
anymore.
it doesn't do that anymore, which is better. But, eh. It definitely needs to be used on cheaper buildings rather than expensive ones.
I wonder if it, like, I don't know, you would have a Scrat Tunnel.
Rat Tunnel would give you 2 Legionnaires, because it has 150 health initially.
This when the Crossbow Guild and the Swarmer Totem got buffed, people did start using Swarmer Totem a bit, but I feel like Scrat Tunnel is once again a better version of it, just like the Pebbles was a better version of Magma Cannon.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, Cannon Roller, that's a great card.
I love this card. It'll
packs so
solo so many slow units.
Yeah, it just melts. The DPS is in itself. The DPS is insane. 67. I know it can't really deal it that often, so it's probably like 60, which is quite insane. Also, at range, it has a very good self-preservation bonus.
I love it with Stormbringer because like it's already got decent range, but with 8 plus the backpedal,
It's impossible to approach.
yeah.
It's one of those cards that really have a very true presence on the field. Like, you see that, you have to think about it, how you're gonna approach it. Sort of like Bounty Sniper.
Pisma?
He's alright. He got a bit of a change where it didn't matter much. He's almost like the Cannon Roller, a bit slower, clunkier, but hits air. I never really used it outside of a Jolo cheese deck.
I also love it with an Apex 3rd perk.
I don't like it that much because he takes forever to cap a bridge. He's
That's
a bit
true.
of like very
He's
defensive. He keeps coming back, but he doesn't step on the damn bridge.
He's very I actually had a Chisma. I found out the hard way, but if you put a last stand around the Chisma boomstick, he will kill all of them.
Oh my god. That's funny.
Because I forgot it shot 2 sets of rockets, but yeah, it killed my entire last stand.
I feel like yeah. It's because each Legionnaire gets hit by more than one rocket at once.
Yeah.
Cursebearer used to cost. Oh, sorry.
Oh, no, go ahead.
Cursebearer used to cost 3, which means he was like a given in any deck back then.
Yeah.
Now for 4, you need to protect him a bit more. He's more valuable. He doesn't trade much into many cards though.
The only time he's worth the 4 mana is when the other team has units with probably over 400, 500 health.
Yeah. I don't really use him anymore. I like it when my teammate uses it, sort of, so we have an easy answer to massive units like Jahun and Dragon.
Yeah. Not a terrible APEP 3rd perk either.
I like him to like defend against a Defenso Chopper or a Bear sometimes to protect more valuable units.
Mm-hmm.
The curse lingering for 8 seconds is pretty good.
Oh yeah.
I like when it drains like Succubus and stuff. Things that have a bit of health but are very valuable.
I like him. 4 mana feels fine. Cheaper, he would be in every deck.
Yeah.
With the curse, I think Folt might be right. I think with the curse, he might beat a Whirly Scrat.
Probably. But you don't really want to use him in 1v1s like that.
No.
Because if they get supported, then the enemy will win. I mean, if both of you play the same support, I feel like since the curse has less time to work, you'll lose the trade.
Daggerfall?
And yeah, good APEP perk. Mostly because in the late game there are more units on the field that all get affected by the curse. Daggerfall nerfed back to 4 mana with the spell nerf, but it got Call Slither bound.
It is getting potentially changed as well.
Change in what way?
So it is going to cost 3 mana, but it'll only do 50 damage.
I can see where they're going with that. So having Call Slither bound made it so that it basically cost 3, so it was a given in a Wrecked to Slither deck, especially with the 4 cost.
Yeah.
Which for Morelia and Wrecked is a bonus. Okay, so I feel like they're reworking it to...
It's supposed to be a swarm card.
Yeah, to change a bit of its use. Because so many spells now deal 80 or around that much damage. In multi-hits too, which is way better. So more spells do the same thing as Daggerfall. So if they change Daggerfall, I think that's good.
I agree. I like the change potentially.
The radius is huge, which is not very feels nice to use.
Oh yeah.
So at 3 mana, you can deny bridges more easily from a lot of units, which will be nice. Okay, Dragoness. What the fuck is this card?
This card has also been changed probably just as much as Call to Arms.
Yeah.
In its current state, I think it's okay.
Oh my god, dude, there's so much patch notes for this. And all of them are like from the past few months. The current state is okay, yeah. It was a very shit cheese deck. The same as like Miloin's Golem, where you get value from both the spell and the card.
Yeah. Still get value from the spells, but it's not nearly as much. It's still obnoxious, but you can beat it now. Whereas before, it was very hard to beat it.
Yeah, I think I beat it only with my Miloin deck, which had a very low mana curve with Brothers of Light. I had like all the cheaper spells like Jolo and then Arcane Ring and not Impetus but Sugilite. I don't know, it was very cheap with Brothers of Light. I would like be extremely patient, wait on a bunch of whelps to gather around, and I would either blow up all the whelps with my brother or blow up the enemy's turtle with the brothers. Because it was very like, I need to wait and then I need to act all at once, wipe out everything. Even then it was super hard. Pee pee poo poo, wow. Drone buzzers, they have fallen from grace and use over the time.
Yeah. I mean, they're good. They're good for damage. They're good to support a push.
They just don't cap bridges.
No. I think they could either use a little more DPS or a little more health, because I feel like a lot of things do beat them in the air for only having 60 health each, but
maybe like attack speed would be nice. Because what's the use? They used to be super good with King Puff, like you can cap bridges, ranged air, great. But now there are better options for ranged flying. And of course Vulture. Vulture is like, it's just a better version of these.
Yeah.
I liked yesterday when you had 2 Marines fighting 2 buzzers and then your Marines' last shot killed them right as the drone buzzers turned both of your Marines into werewolves. Yeah, it used to be a staple KP card. Drone Walker, I like this one a lot.
I do too.
Mostly because it's very hard to remove.
Yeah, 150 health is quite a lot. It has really good DPS. Doesn't quite one-shot a skeleton, but it doesn't really need to. The range is good.
Lots of tech generation for something you actually want to use, unlike like buzzers. So it's super annoying to remove. It used to like it used to be an easy fireball target, but now you think twice about trying to fireball that. You don't really get that much value from it. It gets overwhelmed by skeletons easily, as you said, which is its biggest weakness. So support it a bit, and really when it lasts a while, it does a lot of work.
It's much better than Aimbot. I don't like Aimbot for 5 mana and all the tech it costs.
Yeah, aimbot was good when before the tech upgrade, where it always gained the shield and marksmanship. That was just insane. It's in my ultimate APEP deck from 2 years ago.
Fire Imp.
I did like to run Drone Walker and aimbot in the same deck, where aimbot
really?
is the only tech receiver.
I
Fire
guess,
Imp.
yeah.
That's a kind of a higher skill card, I'd say.
If you can keep Fire Imp alive, the amount of damage he does is
Yeah, it's nuts.
insane. And the AoE, but like Pinsir used to one-shot him at the 130 damage, but Pinsir doesn't do that anymore.
Yeah, he's hard to remove also. I feel like his bigger downside is the slow speed at which he starts to deliver his damage. Like he goes,
Yeah.
Then he throws it, and then finally starts the ticking. But
He's a
he
much
melts...
riskier Grenadier.
Yeah, he melts you pushes that have like one big unit supported by a bunch of smaller units. Okay, Ghost. Well, he has his use, but what about
Probably
Ghost? Why
the
doesn't he use
worst third APEP perk, unless they have things that can make use of them, but
Yeah, you get Illusory Whelp and Ghost.
I don't like them.
No, I don't know. He's like Lightning Bolt, super specific use.
Yeah.
I'm fine with it being in the game though.
Yeah, it's got its place. Gorak Gate.
Didn't that used to cost 2?
It costs 3, and then they nerfed it to 4, but then gave it Voidborn Wound, which I think is
Oh,
fair.
wait. It used to cost 2 and have Turncoat.
Oh, that was way back then.
Then Turncoat was moved to Blood Pact. And then instead of the 7 Swarmers, it's 3 Elite.
Yeah. I think they changed the Swarmers because if you fireballed 7 Swarmers with Blood Pact, you would like one-shot the tower.
Plus back then Blood Pact dealt 75, which is still the case again. In the hotfix, moved from 66 to 75%.
I think it's an okay card. I only ever see it in those aggressive Voidborn decks with Ravager.
How much does it cost now? 4 mana. Well, you can reduce it, but like you don't get much from it. You never really want the Swarmers. I feel like it's too costly of a help. Like you can't use this card often throughout the match. You can maybe use it like 4 times before you can't anymore.
Yeah, before it starts hurting you too much.
Like you want the cleaver once and then you try to win with the other cards. Jungle Jumble, never really used this. Never seen many people use it. What does it do? What's the point?
Well, it gives you 3 cards and then Growth Burst Shroom on those cards. So it gives you lots of mushrooms.
Oh, sorry, I didn't see that there was a Voidborn Wound on Gorak Gate.
Yeah.
Didn't this used to give a different bonus?
I don't know. I've never played this card, like, ever.
Let's see. Previously, removes itself and add 3 random Zenchi cards and reduce their cost by 1. Okay, that was it. That's why it was so good.
I don't know. I don't actually have anything to say about it because I've never used it.
Growth Burst mushrooms aren't interesting enough a mechanic. Zenchis is weird. I think they're like the only faction with 2 different mechanics to them. There's Zenchi Flow and Growth Burst Shroom.
Yeah.
Kernat. The Fogo absolutely hated this guy for a bit.
Oh, this is another card they're thinking of potentially buffing. So now its passive will trigger when... Because before it only trigger if an enemy used a spell.
Bruh,
now
are you
it'll
kidding me?
trigger if whenever any spell is cast.
Dude, that is insane. That's like the new Dragon Nest where you get double value from your spells.
Yeah,
He's
I
such
think
a
that
good tank himself.
400 health is good. I mean, not much DPS, but with the spells dealing 100 damage to the 3 closest units, that's...
You can snipe anything with any spell now.
But I think it's still only limited to 2 times per life cycle.
Like, I don't know, you support him a bit to clear out the fodder, then you zap the shit out of the grenadier behind the tank, and stuff like that. You can put gnats on him to zap stuff, I don't know. That would be interesting to see.
He'll definitely be better.
Yeah, exactly, Tibbs. It's like getting so much value from your own spells over and over in different ways.
Yep. Lady Infray.
She was exploited in 2v2s, getting people were using 3 of her because in 2s there's more units on the field, and her AoE is insanely strong. The range, it's instant. It happens so often.
And the fact it can hit your tower too, just for free.
That too.
I think
doesn't he deal full damage to tower?
Yep, full damage, I think. Yeah. With Mana Surge, like, she's... You can't get near her with a front line in front of her, like a Guardian or something.
She's so annoying. She's worth a fireball.
Well, even with current Guardian, it still aids because a fireball won't kill her even with the shield.
Bruh, I hate that. Yeah, the Guardian nerf is mostly for the very low health elves.
She's a great
We're halfway
Apex
through.
Yay! Lightning Bolt time.
Super annoying in wands. Out of nowhere, it just blows up your defense or something.
Yeah, if you know someone has it, or if you don't know and then you place some big unit to defend and it's gone, it's like, well, that sucks.
Guess I lost. Why? This is such an old card too. It was probably out on release. Super random.
I like it.
Destroy.
Obviously, it kind of sucks in 2v2, but in 1v1, it's definitely way more useful.
It's okay to play around, but it's still not fun. You're never sure if you actually countered it.
Yeah.
Like, it could deal its damage spread out or something.
Lone Wolf?
It's so old, like... Arcane Bolt is a newer Lightning Bolt, sort of. Lone Wolf, didn't it used to spawn a warrior with lycanthropy, but then once werewolves do not carry buffs over, they made it straight up a werewolf.
Yeah. I think a werewolf with rage for 4 mana is pretty decent. Because it's already got great DPS on its own, but then you give rage to it and you have to deal with it before it gets on face.
Yeah. It's kind of okay. It's a bit straightforward, like it's not a spell, for example.
Yeah. Oh, I'm glad it's not a spell. We don't need another spell like that.
4 mana spell too.
Raging Reinforcements is already bad enough as a spell.
Like warrior, this nerfs to warrior. Didn't this used to cost 5? But like people used it a lot because, well, it was great value. Yeah, mana cost increased from 4 to 5 back in July 2019 when the health of warrior was increased to 400. Then blah blah blah, nerf to werewolf, nerf to warrior, and now it's back to 4.
I don't think I would ever use it at 5 mana.
It was good if it had been 4 back then. It would have been great because warrior was so strong. It was a warrior with lycanthropy, so yeah, you got so much value.
Magma Cannon. I think,
This got outclassed by the Pebbles.
yeah, I think before the Pebbles, I think it was the best bridge control turret
Yeah.
tower.
People would, I think Nerzdal would use it with Volko.
75 damage per shot. The range can reach across the tower quite easily. It attacks ground and air.
Oh, interesting. It has the same DPS as the old Ghost turret. 62.5.
Oh, really?
So yeah, this was like the bridge control, but now it's Pebbles.
Yeah.
Mountain Gale, one of the only 2 ways to trigger Revelry on the enemy side, but then Revelry, what's the point? It's not that great.
No. I mean, you can use it on Fergus and maybe the Caber Tosser and it's worth it, but that's about it.
The
The
heal,
heal
is
is
great
good.
because there's no limit to it.
Yeah. They last patch they didn't put it through. I'm glad they didn't. They were considering making this cost 3 mana.
Oh boy. I feel like everyone would have been using it.
Revelry with the movement speed. I think for 3 mana in 2v2s, that would have been really hard to deal with.
I kind of want it to be usable.
I see it here and there, but only in 2v2s. It's terrible in 1v1.
Not enough targets.
Yeah.
Musketeer. Musketeer was predated the rise of the slithering summons madness from like which started pretty much around August, September last year
Yeah.
when I embraced it. Musketeer before that, he wasn't used that much. He always felt pretty strong and satisfying to use. Very good against all melee. Well, that's his job. He used to have 230 health, which was pretty damn good.
He can great counter for any stealth unit. He can solo a Colossus if you let him 1v1 it.
Pretty good against the golem. You can stagger his parries so that he parries a golem multiple times.
Yeah. Also good against any of the bigger Imprian units like Brother the Burning Fist, the Brothers of Light, Caliph.
Yeah, decent. You can squeeze him easily behind bridges. Call Slitherbound basically meant he cost 1 less mana, but not anymore.
Yeah.
Plus his single target DPS is rivals that of Assassin at 65.
Yeah, 65 is great.
He's always been pretty strong. Then even stronger with the Slither stuff, and then a bit nerfed. Anyway, right now, he still does what he did way back then, I guess.
Yeah, and he does it well. And he's still countered by the same things. Swarms and ranged units.
Alright, Once Bitten. Ooh, that was a staple of everyone's decks. I don't know why more people didn't use this when this cost 2. It was absolutely insane to win every single trade, equal trade, for 2 mana. You got a Marine versus a Marine, boom, make it a Werewolf. You got a Grenadier that's getting attacked by skeletons, make it a Werewolf. Plus it was a cheap spell which helped Millowin and Setsu. But
one thing that
Merlin
always did, he would play Bounty Sniper, and we faced these same people a few games in a row, and every time he played the Bounty Sniper, they would try and Frostfeather fly by it, and he would just put Once Bitten on it, and they don't kill the sniper, and you get a werewolf.
I love doing that also. It's so funny to counter those spells with that.
I think it's still okay the way it works now. It's just it's a little less versatile.
I feel like it's a bit more cheesy and not and less control than it was before. Because you need 2 targets. You want that huge burst altogether. Plus they should rename it Twice Shy.
I just kind of put them. I like to use them on the tantrum throwers now.
War Puffs, says Fold. Well, Tantrum Throwers was also a pick of choice for it back then.
Yeah. Okay.
Poison Strike, never been used for some reason. Like, it's like a Daggerfall, but over time the damage is slow to deliver.
The radius is kind of small too.
They tried to make it work. Nobody uses it anyway.
I've never used it in my decks.
Sacrifice +2, like it's I think 230 damage when it's boosted. But the sacrifice just doesn't work outside of the slithering summons.
It's not something you want to sacrifice your Slitherbound for.
Priestess, she was super cheese in the horrible Death Ball games when she had an attack.
Yep.
Stick her with the Guardian or with the Brothers and heal her or shield her. Now at least she's not used anymore.
I never see her anymore. She's kind of terrible.
It's either she falls behind the unit or she goes in front of them. There's no middle ground. Like if you place her with the Golem will always end up behind her, and if you place her with a bit of a faster unit, she won't keep up.
Yeah.
That whole movement speed design was very weird. Back in a few years ago, a lot of units had that speed of 2, which meant you could really build those insanely big death balls. Like Harbinger, extremely slow. Statue and Colossus had like 3 and 2 speed, and Milloween's Golem had 2 or 3 speed. It was terrible to face.
I feel like I don't know how they could fix her. Maybe just up her healing a bit, or find a way to make her stay with a. I wonder. Yeah, like what if they made her like a gnat, and she just stayed with one unit and only healed one unit?
That would be cool. Like maybe reduce her cost, reduce her healing, but make her bound to a unit. I don't know. Would be more consistent to use and less weird.
I'd be down for that. And then when the unit dies, maybe she just dies too, but...
Oh my god, she just kills herself. Or she shares her health. Bruh, that would be cool. Okay.
Propeller Horde?
They have way more of a place in today's games than the Propeller Scrats. But even then, how many do you get? 10? Ugh.
10 for 4 mana is not bad. If they don't have something to, like, if they have a Blastmancer, well, they're just dead, but if you have nothing to kill them, they can do a lot of damage, and they can be very annoying.
They're very good, especially when you give them Rage. Because they start one-shotting other Scrats, which is a pretty good threshold for them to go on a rampage. It used to be like on a King Puff cheese deck where you use combustion, have them blow up. There used to be like 12, and you could deal 2000 damage in one attack. Oh my god, Tibbs, I'd love that.
That would be funny to see. Because it's funny to see, like, when you do like, if your Nats are on a unit, and then they bridge swap it with King Puff, and then the Nats just kind of, like, slowly float to the other side.
Do they shoot on their way down?
I think so.
Reinforcement, this is just weird. This is get the rage on something. This isn't bad, this isn't great. I don't mind it on Morelia to reduce the cost.
It's better that it's not random anymore and you know what you're getting.
Oh yeah, you're right then.
But
of
like,
course you don't want the whelp.
The best value one, I think, is the crossbow dudes.
Yeah, they melt.
Because the other two is just a 3-mana card with rage, which you can get with the warrior with Lone Wolf anyway for the same amount.
And Dragon Whelp doesn't cap bridges.
Yeah. Yeah, the crossbow dudes are vulnerable though. Like a shock rock will just kill them all.
I feel like this card is just okay. You don't. It's exciting when you get those crossbow dudes and they melt all at once. But the warrior and the whelp are not great.
No.
And having those cycle cards is weird. Like you get only the one card that you actually want every 3 cycles, so it's strange. Rammer. What is there to say about Rammer?
Cancer.
Thank God they reduced the copies allowed at least to 2, but even then, it's still hard.
Yeah.
The thing about
still think it
Rammer is that by playing it, sure, you kept a bridge, then the Rammer himself doesn't create board control or much board presence as a damage dealer would. But he's got so much health, and he forces the enemy to answer it, and the enemy rarely has answers to it.
Especially when they have a ton of wild cards.
Oh, yeah, that. And then you bait the enemy into placing units. Those units are often vulnerable to your own spells. Forcing the enemy to play units is beneficial to you, because you can then deal with those units. Also, well, he creates that face damage playstyle, which is supported by a lot of other things like Gax, which makes dealing with the enemy, again, easy. So yeah, in 2s he's awful. They should reduce the... In fact, I don't know, there are so few answers that kill him that...
It's hard to kill him before he gets one hit on the tower.
Yeah, and then he gets 2 or 3 with a stun or a glance brew. Of course, that's why Rock Rival's the best card, because he counters 1 or 2 rammers.
Yeah.
Feel like it being a thing means that you need to somewhat be wary of that when building a deck. Get something with a taunt or a wall. It's quite nice.
Resonating Blast Crystal.
It used to be the better Fireball and Daggerfall when it cost 3.5. Now at 4.5, barely anyone uses it. Used to deal 130 damage, which one-shot stun lancers.
Yeah.
3 mana.
You kinda... This is a card you have to plan out, because you gotta remember where your first crystal is to make it, like, really good.
Yeah, you can burst down both crystals at once on a single unit, or spread them out. It's very costly. That's the problem. Plus the damage doesn't break many thresholds.
No. 100 damage isn't the best. Potential 200 is nice, but...
Restless Dead, lots of people use that on release to build those huge death pushes because delayed value is always good.
Yeah. I still see them a lot in the cursed decks.
In 2s, Undying Skeletons are kinda shit. Well, in 1s also, I don't know.
Yeah.
They're there to overwhelm.
They're not great fighters, they don't really win many 1v1s.
It's annoying having to spend the mana to manage them though when you got other things. Oh, Scrapyard, that one got a lot of changes.
Oh, it's getting changed again.
Oh boy.
Here it is. Let me bring it up real quick here. I'll send you the link actually, so you can just look at it yourself as well. So now, every 5 seconds, summon a random 2 to 5 mana Outlander minion card, and spend 15 tech per mana. And it only spawns ground minions, so it'll no longer spawn the drone buzzers or Vulture Prime.
If player has enough tech. Okay, interesting. I guess it streamlines a bit the production, where it's not produced by burst once you hit 100 and maybe you pull out a few other tech cards which give you a ton of tech all at once.
So
this card had a weird history though. It used to generate 60 plus 1.5x tech. You could really get a burst or so much value from it. It used to get countered by a single stun, so I carried a Shock Rock in all of my decks in 2s for a while just to shut it down. But it can generate like 18 mana worth of units.
And it can still do that now.
For 4 mana. It's the tech dump.
Well, what Outlander card? Because now it used to not be able to spawn 2 mana cards. Now it can spawn 2 mana, so that gives
you're right.
It can give you Stint or Wrecked Walker, which...
Oh my god, that's such a waste.
Wrecked Walker would suck to get from it. Stint would be okay. I don't know if it would trigger Stint's ability, the passive.
Not. Shen's Shock Stick. I actually wasted 6,000 shards on crafting 3 of these way back then. So that I could have 3.
It's making a comeback.
Well, it shoots 2 now, which is crazy.
Yeah, up to 8, which is 8 Shock Rocks for 4 mana potentially.
How much is that? 400 damage?
200.
200.
Plus a very, very long stun.
Multi-hit.
It's
like,
good.
What are the sources of shrooms?
The monkeys. Oh, that's one use I think people are using that jungle jumble for now, is to get all those extra shrooms to buff this shock stick.
Yeah, too bad that it increases the size of your deck.
Because I think I was watching Mephisto play yesterday, and he went against an all monkey deck with the Shen shock stick and the jungle jumble, and
yeah, it makes sense.
The guy ran down face and killed him in like 2 minutes because of all the freaking buffs and then the shock stick and
yeah, it makes sense. So if you wildcard that in 2s, oh, you can't wildcard it anymore. Damn it.
Which is probably a good
they would
thing.
benefit each other, and like a single shroom would buff all 3 of your sticks in your hand.
Wasn't there a player that ran Shen's shock stick nonstop? I forget his name.
I don't know.
I bet Tibbs or Folt remembers. Disclaymore, that's the guy. Do you recognize that name?
Yeah, well, he played nothing but monkeys all the time.
Yeah, and he used Shen's shock stick non-stop.
And he would spam emotes.
Yeah, he was the worst for emote spamming. That was it was annoying.
Shielded crossbow dudes, I think they're very annoying to approach. I feel underwhelmed when I use them, but I feel overwhelmed when I face them.
They're nice.
1v1s, they're super annoying. Like, I don't know, you can't kill them that easily.
I honestly think they should take away the bridge factor. I think you should just get 4 all the time.
Oh,
I don't know if would that make them too strong?
Probably. But all of those changes, it's so weird. They make very not spontaneous, but like they make a change at that moment in time for that meta at that one time, which those changes make sense then, but then as more things change, those changes like don't make sense anymore.
No.
Which is weird. Like everything keeps changing. I don't know. I think they're okay.
Skeleton Horde. I mean,
kind of replace Scrat Horde sometimes.
I would always, before the nerf to Scrat Horde, I would always choose Scrat Horde over these, but
they were powerful both in 1s and 2s. The biggest annoying thing with them is how slow they walk, and not many cards of 2 or 3 cost can manage to kill them in a timely manner. Like Grenadier takes 4 hits to kill his side of the bridge, I think. Then Stint can't fight them off. Lost Legionnaires, you need to place them both in the same lane. They're
it's
very
a good card.
slow. Yeah, it is. It's been used in King Puff and Wrecked, outside of Accursed decks.
Spear Throwers.
Oh, and them being all of these 3 cards being swarm cards means you can instantly plop them down on the bridge, cap it instantly. That's the main use of swarm cards. Spirituals, they were very good. I don't know, to kill Jowlongs and Whelps. Now I don't feel like their burst of damage is that useful.
No, because their spear only does 30 damage, which is 120 when all 4 of them hit the same guy.
Yeah, I feel like oftentimes 1 or 2 spear get wasted because they hit like a golem or something.
Yeah. They're still a good bridge grab. They have a decent amount of health among the 4 of them, but their DPS is terrible once they lose the spears.
Same DPS as the Scrat.
Yeah.
I would think of them like a crossbow dude where their main use is to place on an empty board in the center to cap both bridges, and it's harder for the enemy to quickly answer that. But that's something you need to do when countering that. You don't let those spear throwers walk all the way to your face and then throw their spear and then finally pull their sword out, and then finally you can cap the bridge. That's not how you must approach this when the enemies play low. You need to instantly plop down your elite swarmer on the lane, and then maybe grenadier and like swarmers on the other lane. You need to shut them down. This is sort of like the skeletons where they are very slow.
I use them in a couple decks. I still like them. Stun Blast.
I've seen a few people use it. It being AoE marked is so weird. Like, which units do they even pick?
I think it just goes for the closest one, but 5 seconds stun for 4 mana, and then the marked. And I think the marked lasts until the unit dies, which is kind of nice.
Bruh. It used to cost 3, I think, and was a huge AoE. It was cheesed a lot in 1v1 rushdown decks, so that's why it got nerfed a bit too much. This is a kind of card that nobody really picks up anymore because it got nerfed because of a certain exploiting.
Stun Lancers kind of garbage now, in my opinion.
Yeah, they were always a staple of almost all decks in 1s and 2s. Then they got buffs with the Call Slitherbound, but then they got nerfed.
The fact you can't split them anymore is just, it's useless, because
yeah, that was
most of the time they're going to attack the same target, and that the stuns don't stack, so it's a 4-second stun. They don't have great DPS. Their health is pretty low.
They were indeed overused and very annoying presence, both on their own and while assisting a push. Very disrupting presence. Plus the fact that they split was insanely strong, so yeah.
Yeah, but now they're like, I haven't seen them in a long time since they changed them.
Same. Or I've not seen them be any impactful when I see them.
Yeah. Tranquil Shihu.
Yeah, tips. Them having Call Slitherbound was absolutely nuts. But at least
yeah,
it's like they stack tiny buffs or nerfs until there's a huge breaking point which completely invalidates all of the previous changes. Like the fact that the Call Slitherbound doesn't matter anymore means that the Stun Lancers might have been fine if they had been limited to 1 copy and still being able to be split. But then we'll never explore this reality because they added a bit of nerfs and they kept all those nerfs after a huge change elsewhere. Monkey, mostly in 1v1.
I love him because like he's a better warrior, more health, more damage, and obviously costs 1 more mana, but he can defend and then heal up back to full, and you got him. He's got a whole new life ahead of him.
Yeah, if the enemy fucks up and keeps trying to kill him but doesn't succeed, like the enemy keeps sending 2-3 mana units to try to finish him off, but you yourself do the same and support him, and you keep getting that value over and over.
Undying Skeleton. I like getting him from APEP 3rd perk, but other than that, he's not a good fighter. Doesn't win 1v1s very often. You get 2 of him, I guess, but
It's yeah. When I see that my teammate has nothing but like is like a Mordar with Undying Skeletons and Toll of the Dale, I know it's gonna suck. When that's the only source of presence and power you have on the field, it's not enough. He loses to a lot of exchanges that cost 4 or less.
Yeah, I would never. I don't use them in any of my decks.
He's there in those annoying, slow, accursed, restless dead Toll of Skeleton, just overwhelmed slowly with boring fighters.
War Dancers.
Nobody's used those ever.
No, I think their range is holding them back a bit.
Is it the same as Sentry?
Yeah. Their DPS when they have Mana Surge and they're together is quite insane. But the range lacks because they only have 120 health, like combined 240.
That's less than Lancers, which are pretty weak themselves.
Because I think, yeah, there's 2 of them. Oh, Crystal.
I don't know how I would use them. Like they would be bridge grabbers pretty much. Split them and fight off weaker units like stints and stuff, and maybe skeletons.
They have upside, they have downside. I don't really like them. Not a bad APEP perk, but
I've rarely seen anyone use them, so I don't really know where they stand. I've not used them either. Wheel of Doom. I think it's one of the few spells that didn't get changed in the spell nerf. For 4 mana, it's super powerful. I used it in 1v1s.
You can get so much value for it very easily. In randoms, it can be terrible because your teammates love to hit your own units, but that's randoms. I love this. I love Wheel of Doom, though. It's great.
Yeah, you can snipe people on the other side to deny them bridges.
Yeah.
Huge AoE.
I once took out a whole pack of Legionnaires, a Bara, and a Stixie with 1 wheel.
I guess the only downside is that it's a bit harder to deny bridges. It's a bit more of a defensive spell. So you're killing units that you can already handle. It is counterable though. With the
you can place something out in front of it.
Guy with 3 cracked goals in his deck. How's my deck, guys? Oh boy, Whirly! One of the other cards that is always used everywhere. Still super good. 55 damage is a weird threshold. I always thought it dealt 50 damage until I saw it deal a bit more than half of a Spiritua's health.
Yeah. He beats a lot of cards in a 1v1. He beats all the swarms. His DPS is great when he's swinging at everybody.
Very good, like a good defense against a good defense that I pulled off a few times recently is like, yeah, you got the Rock Rivals on your side, then you pepper that with a Jinglong and a Swirl and a Whirly. You can shut down so much with that. Best not to use him to tank bigger units.
Yeah. He used to have 390 health as well.
Good lord. We thought that 40 health would maybe change him a bit, but I think he's in the same spot as before.
Windwalker Shihu.
He's used in aggro wrecked decks, I guess.
I see a lot of people using him for Void Altar.
Yeah, but why don't people use Flyby? Flyby touches all 3 souls for 2 mana.
Yeah. He's never... I don't know. I don't think the jump makes him worth it over like a Tranquil Shihu.
The jump is there to try to snipe things, but while he's trying to kill the backline, he himself is getting murdered.
Yeah.
You try to snipe a Blastmancer, a Walker, or a Grenadier. Everything turns around and beats him up. He could maybe use a Growth Shroom or a Zenshi Flow, something.
Yeah. He does
Okay.
hit harder than a Tranquil Shihu, though.
Yeah, he's a normal Shihu. Something cool about him is that he sort of has the rush quality. If you place him like in a pack of enemies, he'll actually charge up his swing in midair and instantly land it when he lands.
Yeah. Folt said that he'll still take damage from Mountain Shaper if he jumps over it.
He's ground based.
That's funny.
Are there any units that switch between ground and air? I don't think so.
The Razor Squadron is the only one I can think of that switches from air to ground.
True.
But that's the only one I can think of.
That could be an ability to a new unit.
Oh, it'd be kind of cool. Okay, aimbot.
I like the very long pause they have before it says start with shield. I don't know if you see that on your screen.
Yeah, I do see that. There's like a gap there.
Using it only for marksmanship is a waste, but haste is great.
But 80 tech to get both, that's a lot of tech.
In an almost full tech generation deck, you get that like once every 2 uses. It's pretty powerful, but it's only 1 more mana than Walker, which is already strong. Okay, Annihilator, that's a very early card that everyone has, but so many people waste it. They always trade it into like a 3 cost and then the Annihilator dies fast. So we haven't seen much good use of this. It doesn't really have that much of a place, I don't know why. He's decent. Maybe it's the attack speed that holds him back.
Annihilator?
Yeah.
Yeah, his attack speed. His low health isn't great either.
His what?
His low health. Like, only 150 health.
Oh,
because, like,
that's like Walker. I didn't realize that.
Succubus costs the same amount. I guess Succubus is. I'd rather have a Succubus over Annihilator any day. I know they don't exactly do the same thing, but I feel like the Succubus just does way more.
I think this guy could use a bit of a buff.
Yeah.
Did they ever consider changing him? Because he's so not used, and when people use him, they suck at it. Attack speed would be nice. His DPS is miserable.
Yeah. I think they could buff his attack speed and he'd be a bit better. He does, if a unit has gnats on it, he will kill the gnats with his shot.
Oh, that's cool.
But, I mean, how often does that happen?
Maybe he'd be decent with all the new sources of spirit. Like Mordar Res, like Folt is saying.
Yeah. Battle Shihu?
That's a very strong card.
Yeah.
It's a bit costly. Sometimes you can achieve what he does with other cards that cost less. But I feel like if you're in a healthy position mana and control wise, it's a bit of an even playing field and you have a few mana in bank to help support it. It's pretty hard for the enemy to actually pierce through. He punches the shit out of everything on his way.
I see a lot of people, well, it's typically newer players, but when he gets on face, so many people will like surround him with a swarm and then he just kind of goes ham.
Yeah. These cards that have a bit of a exploitable gimmick to them, I feel like when we play them we feel forced to play into that. Not play into that, but try to make that happen. But I think he's solid on his own in fighting medium-sized battles.
Yeah.
You don't have to dedicate your deck to it, like I need a stun, I need a Glenn's Brew, I need heal on it and all that.
Boom Buggy?
It's a weird card, but it's useful. I think its main strength is that it's super slow.
Yeah.
Just like the old Harbinger and stuff, being slow is helps a ton because it secures the area over time.
Build up a big push with it.
It's
Does lots
annoying-
of damage. Just
Yeah. How much per volley?
240 per volley.
So 6 times. Fuck. Mathematics. I'm bad. 40?
Yeah, 40 per rocket. And then
I
Scrat
kind of
Swarm
like
gives it.
approaching it. I often have decent tools like you want to wait until it's targeting something, then you place down like an Elite Swarmer and Swarmers or Jolo. I don't know.
Yeah.
I find it fun to approach. Plus, it's a free fireball target if you want.
Yes. Because it Fireball kills it perfectly.
Oh.
Border Patrol?
You're right. Fireball used to not kill this in Soul Stealer.
No.
Border
Border
Patrol.
Patr-
Didn't this get exploited recently with the Sentry buff? But I didn't play around that time.
I think so.
Like everyone ran 3 copies of them in 2v2s, so you get a bunch of shielded annoying elves.
So you get 7 mana worth of units for
For
6 mana. But
this is one
you
of
can
those.
all-
Oh, sorry.
You get a shield if the rest are all Crystal
Ooh,
Elves,
a
which
shield.
is
I guess it protects against. Well, it used to protect against the Shock Rock one shot on the Arcanist.
yeah.
Not anymore.
Not anymore, because Shock Rock keeps getting nerfed into the ground.
I think this is one of those cards that used to be super strong, but got a bit too nerfed. So now you see this and you don't even think about it. What's the point?
No.
Bruh, fuck won't push Ruby.
That is
Why
cancer.
Is that a thing?
Brothers of the Void.
That's a cool card, but you often get way more use out of the assassin than the fire
Yeah.
amp.
Because the Assassin's invisible hit with Rage is freaking nuts.
I think this card's fine. It's only 1 more mana for Rage on
Rage
very
yeah.
high damage units already.
makes Fire Imp thing do 300 damage, which is crazy.
Chain Lightning. Ugh.
That's a 2v2 card right there. Even then, it's not great.
I see a lot of people waste this a lot. They
Yeah.
wanna use, oh wow, they need damage and stun, go, but...
I've seen people use Chain Lightning on a Scrat Horde before. I'm like, what are you doing?
That's the kind of people that would use a Blastmancer.
Yeah, Chain Lightning was one of those that used to cost 4 and then it cost 5 because they nerfed that.
It was often paired with Fireball, like the
Yeah.
2 of them together being the staple of your spells, especially as
Mhm.
Morelia. It jumping 12 times is crazy though, but
The damage potential is crazy with 1200 potential damage.
my god. It's good against building spawners,
Mhm.
like people that use 2 of them across the field. You kill the units and stun the buildings. But it's not great. I don't consider it ever nowadays. If I need CC or stun, there are better options.
Crystal Construct.
Oh, but I guess it's good on offense. Chain Lightning.
Yeah.
To wipe out the enemy's pockets or delay them, annoy them. As Merlin said. Construct! I love this guy, plus he got buffed twice in the recent patches. I would start using him.
Plus, they're gonna buff him again. Oh, no, wait, no, not him. They're gonna buff Dormant Defenders.
How? Let me...
Not him, but they'll give Dormant Defenders haste.
Interesting. They will punch so fast with Mana
Yep.
Surge and Haste. Don't make Dormant Defenders have a comeback. It was the most horrible of times. I
Shadow Skill's loving this.
don't remember that. But oh my god, it was so dumb. People would wildcard defenders, and there was nothing you could do against defenders. You have so much health. They just so slow. They hold the bridges forever while the elves melt everything. Was he someone that just played those?
Yeah, I'm not looking forward to it.
Do not buff them.
Defensive chopper?
Oh boy. That card. There's so much to say about it. First of all, it's one of those cards that get terribly misused by people. There was a certain streamer that played defensive chopper so often, but never got the value from it. You don't get 5 mana value from it. It always gets stuck on your side of the bridge when people use it. They counter things that don't actually get countered. They pay so much just for it. They want their defense so out, but it's not worth the 5 mana. Tibbs, what's the meme? Tibbs, I'm waiting for the meme. That's 3 stars. I can't read that. Send it to me on Discord. Kill Rekinator.
Yeah, it's good against Rekinator. Good against Fergus.
Yeah, okay, yeah, right. It's good against werewolves also. But the main thing is that people need to wake up and play it faster so that it actually moves forward onto the bridge. If they only did that, they would get so much more value from it.
Because then it could just hold there for a while.
Alright, Tibbs, let me set up. There's your meme.
Let's see.
Oh, of course, the people that play Defensive Chopper first play on an empty bridge. The people that play counter cards on nothing is such a waste.
I love it. Great.
Hi. Demon Warrior. She's not used anymore. Since she got nerfed from 5th to 6th time, I feel like everything around her changed so much that she's not worth anymore. Also, did you see how short her feet are?
Yeah. I think she is in a couple leaderboard decks.
It takes so long.
It does.
You got like she's almost at 5. She's kind of like a Undying Skeleton in her combat ability. Of course she hits harder, but she doesn't res again. So it's like you have to pay... I feel like she's she's worth 3 mana as a base unit.
Yeah. But once she does pay off, like, the payoff is huge.
Backseat to Avea, yeah, true. Because Avea herself is strong. Alright, Divine Warrior, this used to cost 4 pretty much. The Divine Shield used to last 8 seconds, which means she could take 2 cleaver hits. She got nerfed again and again. Then Combustion got nerfed, so it deals true damage to her shield. So she's so useless.
And they gave her Taunt for some reason.
That's a decent change. Try to make up for all the other shit.
Okay, maybe I'd like it more if like the taunt went away when the shield disappeared.
Yeah, it's kind of cool. It's kind of weird to have that one warrior with taunt on the field after. But all the nerfs
she doesn't have
warrior,
enough. She doesn't have enough health for a taunt.
Yeah, they've had too many nerfs. I feel like they could reduce her cost to 5. To 4. Duh.
Yeah.
Because defensive units aren't great already. Okay, well, I think her main use is during a bridge fight. You place her to try to redirect everything to her, and she nullifies a ton of damage dealt. I think that's one of the better uses. Another use would be when there's pushes coming from all sides and you plop it down to buy yourself time, but that's not really something that happens at higher level games.
No, because you're still spending 5 mana to supposedly buy yourself time, but then you just lose the mana you need to push back with.
Oh yeah, it does taunt rammers, I guess.
Yeah.
And I wouldn't say that it... Oh, never mind. Yeah. Okay, Fireball. This is still a very strong... The way it was boosted back to 180 damage, I think it's still one of the better spells, and you don't feel too bad about using it. Back
No,
when they
you
nerfed...
can-
Sorry, go ahead.
You can always get value out of it. Like, there's always something on the field that you can kill or do a bunch of damage to that makes you feel good.
Yep. You can clip the Master Tower along with other valuable units.
It was
Uh,
crazy when it cost 4, though. It was so good.
Yeah, when it's changed from 4 to 5, I felt like every time I used a spell, I felt bad because I didn't feel like I was getting the value as I used to. But now
No.
that it one-shots a lot of things with 180 damage, it feels good to use once again. However, it got outclassed by Scratillery. We'll get to that.
Yeah, Scratiller is much better right now. 20 more damage plus it spawns Scrats.
Yeah. Plus it's a multi-hit. Alright, Flightless Dragon. These used to cost 4 and they used to be in every deck. Because
Yeah.
as soon as the enemy's unit crossed to your side, you would plop them down, cap the bridge, melt everything. They could split up. But now nobody uses them at all anymore.
You get the Voidborn wound with them, but that's still... They were never really meant... No one really used them in Voidborn decks, so it's kind of tough to get the Voidborn wound on them.
Yeah, they were mostly used in generic control decks. And I feel like maybe there's more options for better DPS. Well, they used to be like one of the highest DPS for the cost. 150
Oh, yeah.
DPS for 4 was nuts. Plus they're a bit resilient to a lot of things, a lot of weaker units.
Yeah, 100 health is still pretty good.
Lashman getting...
Yeah,
They're just they're trying to move away from, because all of the Call Slither bounds moved towards slithering summons, but now that that card's dead, what's their plans for the sacrifices? Weird effects, like the poison one. Gax, it's time.
I love Gax.
Go ahead.
I mean, I've never used him, but like, he's just fun. He's a meme.
Dragon and I actually used him in our tournaments. I considered him a spell, like any other 5 mana spell to kill elves. Bastard elves.
200 damage is good.
Yeah.
Like, if you can
Fireball.
give him an APEP, maybe even somehow get Rage on him to do 300 damage.
I think we finished a game once where I used Sunburn on him.
I guess that would work, wouldn't it?
Yeah, you kill him and blow up everything for 300. But he's counterable. So you can't use him in multiple tournament games in a row.
Because Pincer is a really good way to get rid of him. APEP shield, Morelia heals.
1 year ago my teammate played that on Rage and his games. Amazing. Guardian used to be Cancer, now it's less Cancer.
Yeah. He's got Mana Surge now too. I don't know. He's not... The 75%'s quite a nerf to the shield thing.
I feel like he plays somewhat the same. It's just that his elf, lower health elves don't last as long.
No. Like,
He's
a fireball
okay.
can actually kill all the elves behind him now, basically.
He was Cancer back when it shielded everything. Now he's okay. I don't hate facing him too much because I fought so many elves that I know how to approach them, but I'm sure that someone less experienced facing elves and the Guardian would be annoying. His main use also back then was to place him behind all of the elves, so that he would snipe shield them but be unstunnable himself.
Yeah.
You can't really do that anymore. Harmful Souls, it was so good, better than Fireball and all other options. It would deal so much damage, very hard to counter.
Yeah, because it was so fast, it wouldn't even give you time to like place something down to soak up the damage.
You could snipe everything. It was so versatile. Kill air, kill ground, blast down a big unit, Colossus, etc. Kill medium health dangerous units like Succubus, Bara, blah blah blah. Now it's way more counterable at least.
Yeah, and the 400 damage isn't that great anymore. Like, it's still good, but
I don't see how
it's more. They really made it so it's that the main goal is for Ascension decks.
it feels better to play against, that's for sure. You don't face 2, 3 of them per deck.
Yeah, you can act like when Harmful Souls was in its meta, like you wouldn't want to play a Harbinger no matter what, because that thing's just gonna die.
Harbinger, Bara, everything.
Like it could still kill those, but it's a lot easier to play into.
Incubus, on his own, nobody really plays him even now.
No.
65 damage. Ooh. Does it break any threshold from 60 to 65? Like it deals 130 instead of 120?
The AoE's nice. He's good against range minions.
He's sort of like Battle Shihu to me, where he's mighty, he's pretty strong but very costly. Not enough health, but he does wreck all the range.
Does he trigger, or was that a Kappa? Because like, I don't think, do Buildings trigger his thing?
I'm not sure. Never seen that.
Because he's Bonson said it's good on Pebbles, but which would make sense.
Infiltration, it's okay. For tech generation, not as good with the Marine nerf.
No.
I don't really consider it.
I use it in my Scrapyard deck, but I don't think I would use it in any other deck.
Yeah, it's decent for tech generation, because it's not a card you hate playing.
You can kind of backdoor and kill someone from behind with it if they're low enough. Or
yeah, it's a bit versatile. I use it often on my side in the center or on the enemy side in the center to shut down any attempt to stop a push, but then they don't cap bridges.
Yeah. Laser turret.
Very long range, it's sort of like Magma. Longer range, so it's harder to snipe, but it's costly.
You really need to play it into big units though, it's not the greatest against swarms, right?
It does shut down, it does give you board control for a while. If you control both bridges and you place it down, then it's annoying for the enemy to try to recap.
That's true, because it can hit both bridges at the same time.
It 2 shots Marine, 1 shots Elves.
1 shot Scrats, even though that's not ideal. Crossbow dudes, it'll 1 shot. Lash of Amun, which is the one they're gonna give Call Slitherbound to.
It's super. The damage potential is insane. We used to use that Dragon Knight tournaments to kill elves with, because we're trying to figure out spells to blow up elves with. It also murdered Scrapyard back then. Playing this actually led us to playing me a Slitherbound based Valorian with his Harbinger based Mordar. He called his deck Pum Stuck. We had like 100% win rate with this combo somehow. The Slither Valorian. Anyway, yeah, well, the potential for this is crazy.
Up to 400 damage.
Yeah, 2 buildings.
AoE.
It's kind of weird to aim because of how slow it is to spawn and to start whipping. And then enemy range units will stop to attack it, but their tanks will continue moving. So if you want to skewer like a Succubus and a warrior at the same time, it's kind of hard. don't mind it though.
No, it's got its good place. Legionnaires.
They used to spawn 5 Legionnaires for a bit. Do you remember that?
I don't think I was playing during then.
All the King Puffs ran them. Then they... Legionnaires, I don't think anyone wants to play these. Especially with the recent nerf.
They're still kind of strong. They can send 300 health down each lane.
For 2.5 each, yeah, it's okay.
Still better value than the Lost Legionnaires, but you don't get shield.
Like, you send 2.5 mana in each lane, it's kind of somewhat hard for the enemy to counter that with that much cost.
They're definitely better in 1v1s than 2v2s.
Yeah, their presence is a bit more impactful. Because in 1v1 you're a bit more strained on your mana abilities to like counter each bridges. Statue used to be slower and used to have 1200 health. Still does what he does, I guess.
Yeah. He's a thing.
It is cool when you have Call Slitherbound on him. This is one of the rare times where that one Slitherbound is super impactful.
Yeah, because everything's focusing on the statue and the Slitherbound can just poison everyone. He's an okay card.
Malshar, oh boy, that dude used to be used so often with the Colossus, where you would get a permanently stealthed Colossus in 1v1. Super annoying.
These days, I don't think he's worth the extra mana that the Assassin would cost. Because they're the same stats, right? It's got the Nether Strike.
He's got a bit better self-preservation, at least.
I guess, yeah, because he keeps teleporting everywhere.
Yeah, I think he restarts every 2 kills if he's fighting a swarm. It doesn't list the cooldown on Nether Strike.
No, it doesn't.
Well. But the granting the stealth is so cheese on the Colossus back then. Now I don't know.
Because it doesn't... Because the Colossus would re-stealth, right?
Well, they don't re-stealth anymore.
Yeah.
Now it's only once. Now all I get to stealth is a Swarmer. Amazing. Morgruul used to cost 4, and he was super used, kind of like flightless whelps.
I think the most people use him for is that explosion damage.
Yeah, he used to be like a decent fighter on his own to cap both bridges and then fight. But for 5 mana you don't get enough value from that. Like, people like to place him to blow up elves and marines once they pass, but like there are so many other ways to do that.
Yeah. He's okay.
Malshar, there's a cooldown on his stealth. He will only stealth himself every 2 attacks if he's constantly attacking. Morgruul, I don't know, I wouldn't consider him anymore.
I'm trying to look up on the wiki, see if they have anything on Malshar.
Oh my god, Equox Dragon. Beste Community der Welt, Super Geld. Thanks for the raid, lol.
So after killing an enemy minion, Malshar immediately re-stealths himself. This has a cooldown of 2 seconds.
There we go.
Oh, a raid. Cool. Who's next? Morgruul's Ragers. 2 elite Swarmers. And if they have Voidborn Wound, gives everything Rage.
It's a very reliable, well, not reliable, but a very instant way to get Rage to everything. But it rarely comes in handy.
Yeah, it's more of one of those back to the run it down Ravager decks. The one pushes.
Yeah.
Because obviously without Voidborn Wound, it's terrible.
When you get that from Blind Date, it sucks.
Oh yeah.
Prowler
Prowler?
himself isn't really used because he doesn't have any like special abilities. Assassin does it somewhat better. You don't really care if your Prowler or Assassin gets more health to tank a bit more. And if you want a Prowler, then you run Caged Prowler.
Yeah. Yeah, I'd rather have a Cage Prowler than a normal Prowler. Kind of too easy to deal with for 5 mana.
Yeah.
He's great at tearing apart Ruby.
Huh. He's still... I don't know. I wouldn't consider him. I would always go for a Cage Prowler. But
Yeah,
maybe
me
that's
too.
just me because I've been playing for so long and my brain has built up these ideas, preconceived ideas about things. But
You just want value.
yeah, well, I could be challenged and actually play an Incubus, something that I never play, or actually play a Prowler straight up and see how it doesn't actually work and get wrecked.
Scott the Sensitive Savage.
He got nerfed probably only because of Ronaldo.
Yeah. It wasn't a big nerf though either. It was only what, 5 damage per attack.
He's cool, but people don't use him to his full potential.
No. He's not meant to be like a front line, because once he cries, he's dead.
Pretty much.
He's, in most cases, he's a 300 health guy, so...
If you can actually still have him alive after he cries, like at 250 health or something.
Oh, it's great.
It's great. He's like an Incubus or, I don't know.
Does he beat an Incubus in a 1v1 before he cries?
Probably.
Incubus does 65 DPS.
He needs 5 hits, so Scott takes 3.5 seconds to kill an Incubus.
Yeah, so he'd beat an Incubus.
Which is cool.
Grat Launcher.
Defogo
Up
loves
to
this. Once you
up to-
establish... Sorry?
Up to 1,000 damage on base if you can keep it alive.
Good lord. So once you establish a decent defense and counter push going, and you have actually the 5 mana to spend, it terrorizes the enemy. If you have a few other sources of his damage to finish off the enemy.
Everyone panics and rushes to try and kill the Grat Launcher.
Yeah. It's sort of like rammers in that regard, but it's a smarter rammer where you actually need to build up a control before you get to use it.
Yeah.
One thing I hate about it is it's bugged.
Is it?
Yeah, so back then it used to attack instantly and then have a long cooldown before it attacks again. Because, you know, all units have a certain attack cooldown, but they have a build up to when they deliver their attack.
Yeah.
What is it called? Attack delay, I think it's called.
Yeah.
So as soon as they engage the unit, that's moment 0, and then the attack delay comes in, and then the damage is dealt, and then there's a remaining cooldown. Okay, so this Grat Launcher used to have a very short attack delay, but a very long cooldown after that. So as soon as you plopped him down, he would go wee instantly. But they changed that so that now it's the same attack, global attack speed of 3 seconds, but the attack delay is much longer now, which is like 2.4 seconds, I think. So you place it down and it goes through. Oh, wee, finally. So, all that said, when you stun a unit, you would expect the attack delay to start over when he recovers from a stun. For example, a Harbinger will of course have to charge up his spear again after a stun, but this doesn't happen for this. When a
He would
Grat
just
Launcher is
immediately
stunned,
shoot again.
yeah, he's using his whole attack delay for some reason. So a stun isn't it's not useful at all. You can even make him attack more if you stun it.
Who's next? Scrat Tank.
How much health?
650, I think.
That's
insane.
insane.
That's a lot of health. Obviously, his DPS sucks, but he's also immune to range when he's unshielded.
60 attack per attack is good at least. He one-shot skeletons. I
Yeah.
feel like they made it 60 so that he would one-shot Grenadier.
He's good to build up pushes behind.
Yeah. He's like overlooked, I feel like. Mostly because, well, all of the air nerfs made it a bit weaker.
And they also like to... I see a lot of people put them gnats behind him.
Yeah.
He's a
That's
good
it.
card.
It's okay, but like, I would use it in the Scrat deck. But it's not even my Jolo Cheese deck. Oops. Scraterary is now a use cost 6, deal 25, and now 45. Now it costs 5, back down to 5, so it's like Fireball. Multi hits
200 damage.
200. That's still more than Fireball, but it's harder to aim, I guess, to pinpoint exactly where you want the damage. But it's a multi hit, so it breaks through shields.
Yeah, I can easily kill a bounty sniper.
Plus it spawns Scrats that themselves will end up dealing damage, being fodder, and capturing bridges.
Yep. Great spell. Way better than Fireball.
Yeah.
As long as all the targets hit.
I forget why I'm not using it more. I guess I forgot that it was a thing. Shadow Whelp. It's old. It was used to snipe Harbingers and Soul Stealers, I guess.
I really liked Shadow Whelp with the old King Puff, where 4 or 5 mana cards either got Rage or a Shield.
Oh yeah, true.
I liked him when he had Rage or a
King
Shield,
Buff.
because then like he couldn't be sniped as easily,
Yeah.
or he would just do a ton of damage.
The
But-
few cards that benefited both from Rage and Shield were great, such as this one. But now, it's air and it's melee, so whatever.
I don't see it very often.
And when I do, he doesn't do much.
No.
Oh god,
Okay.
I have his sound just stuck to my game. He goes whoa, whoa, whoa.
Shen's Storm Strike. He's great.
Wait a minute. Listen to that. Shen's stick does the same as the Shadow Whelp. They do the same growling sound. Do you hear that?
The Shen makes a monkey sound.
Well, he goes, eh, but then his stick goes, whoa, whoa, whoa.
Oh, I do hear it now, yeah.
Shen's been annoying in the Zenshi cheese stun meta, but there's not that much stun going on around now.
He does a ton of damage. He's great against single target things.
Yeah, he fucks up even huge units. Very long range also. He's still something I consider sometimes, but
Yeah.
I don't. If you look at my decks, I barely have any 5 mana cards. I only consider like 2 to 4, and then it's up to 6, 7.
Ugh.
Great with
Okay.
haste. Alright, next one.
Slithering Summons.
This used to be the absolute best card of the best faction for both solos and also twos. in the fact that you got so much value from it.
Yep.
The units themselves were strong. Call Slitherbound made it reduce the cost. Slitherbound had damage, bridge grab for the druid, fodder, blah blah blah, all that. So they destroyed all that.
They killed it.
They killed the Lancers, Musketeer, Druid, Daggerfall, Slitherbound. And now the only good sacrifices I would say are to boost Amun and maybe give Berserker Rage.
Yep. Because the spirit's useful on the living statue, but not really on the soul stealer. The prowler's okay, I guess.
The fact that it's cut in half on flying units.
Yeah. So what's that? Only 50 health for this soul stealer?
75? Well, that depends how it's calculated, I guess. Oh yeah, it's 50. My bad. There's no point in using this anymore. No. 3 is so much to get so little, plus you get the well, not the random one, but you cycle through them. Oh well.
What can you do?
Smite. Holy Fire got nerfed though.
Yeah. I mean, it still does a total of 255 damage.
That is pretty nuts.
And the heal. And I mean, like you said, flying units aren't that prevalent, so like the fact that it can't hit flying isn't a big deal for the most part.
Bit of healing too, which is good.
75 healing, yeah, to every unit in it.
Like the go-to spell when you're building an army deck.
Yeah. I like it.
Sniper
it's great.
It's great for.
I love taking out. I've taken out so many full last stands with Smite before.
Right, it's like the perfect size.
Because you don't really see it coming, whereas a fireball you kind of do, but I don't know.
Yeah, there's barely any delay. Like I don't think I've ever black hole or shielded a Smite. Just appears. There's barely any particle effect.
Sniper Squad. Good value, but you kind of have to split them.
It's kind of the same problem as Spawn of Fury or the buff to Tunnel Scrat. I don't know. If you get the same thing twice, they still have exactly the same use and same weakness. So you're not getting perfectly exactly ×2 your value.
Yeah. I've never played them.
Soul Stealer himself, he was used, was strong, like in his, as a EU standalone unit, but of course he's fallen off due to mostly Vulture.
He's pretty good in 2v2s, especially with all the swarms going on. He can build up his stacks pretty easily.
Amazing when he's got a tank in front of him.
Yeah.
He moves fast, which is a bit tricky.
Yeah, 6 is quite fast for him.
I
like him.
You see him being used standalone though. He kind of fell off over time. He used to be used a lot on his own. Alright, Spiritmancer. Pretty... This guy used to like siphon 10 scrats and give
oh, when Spirit was still busted.
Yeah, when Spirit stacked with itself, you could have, I don't know, you got a Succubus with 800 health. But now, 5 mana to get 2 or 3 spirits is so bad.
Yeah. And the spirits aren't as useful as they used to be either. Like on big units they're fine, but I feel like I'd rather just use Spirit Infusion for 3 mana.
Yep. I don't know why more people don't use that. They love their Mancer. Stormy, the Zenshi flow, doesn't that hurt him? Because he stuns units, so they all retarget him, and then he has to shoot once. It's good for 2 Chain Lightnings.
Yeah, if you can get 2 off and get 2 good ones off, then it's great, but... I see a lot of people heal it with Healing Shrine on defense.
Yeah, but like you're spending so much mana on a single thing, it's often a problem. Stormy melts medium health pushes like drone walkers and succubus and all that. Getting 2 chain lightnings on the decent sized pushes is so good. But he was so impactful that there were a ton of changes done to like priestess and air units just because of him.
Yeah. I like him. I actually don't like him that much.
I don't mind him. Sometimes I get him at random.
Out of Blind Date really sucks.
Hi, friends.
Succubus. She's good.
She's still used on her own.
Good DPS, great counter to melee units. There's not really anything to dislike about her, honestly.
With haste, she's nuts.
Oh yeah.
Plus her short range makes it a bit better to counter. I feel like over time it got a bit interesting to try to counter her. Like sometimes you can actually counter her with Whirly Scrat hitting her twice.
Mm-hmm. Assassin one-shots her, which is good.
Yeah, lol. Plus Valorian heal, yeah. Swarmer Totem recently got buffed, recently saw some use.
Oh, it's still getting lots of use.
Yeah. Sort of fire and forget, and then you hold a bridge for 40 seconds because of it.
There's no efficient way to like kill it fast.
Right? Fireball doesn't matter too much on it.
Yeah.
There was like, I don't know, maybe even if you kill the first wave of Swarmer with a spell, you're barely breaking even as the attacker.
It's a good card, like in control decks.
If you could split the Swarmers, it would be crazy.
Ting Ting Tongue.
They used to have 300 though.
Yeah, I don't like them. I feel like they're very underwhelming, and they're the only card in the game that gets worse when they lose health.
Yeah, agreed.
Like,
they used to like really have a huge presence. Like people would run 6 of them in pre-mates. But then they fixed the way that the bounce berries deal damage when their target dies. Like the damage used to still be applied to other targets, but not anymore.
oh yeah. With the shroom, they're okay, but without it, I feel like they're not worth 5 mana.
Yeah. They're very squishy. Their damage is weird to deliver. The range isn't great. Oh, Toll of the Dead. This is one of those annoying cursed builds that people love to do, which really suck in the end.
Oh, all for the memes.
All for a bunch of skeletons. Wow. Like 7 minutes into the game.
Because yeah, it's like you can't get it too early, you can't get it too late. It's just because if you get it too early, you get no skeletons, but if you get it too late, then you lose.
You're right. Like, okay, you get 5 skeletons at once in the late game, or 7, I don't know. But the enemy probably has an answer for it.
Yeah, because then they're expecting it, because they know it's building up.
You need to pay 5. It's so bad to like grab a bridge, because the enemy will instantly try to defeat it for less than 5. Like I said earlier.
Yep.
Wizard Puff. One of those silly, yet pretty strong 5 mana cards.
Oh yeah, like the DPS is good. It hits hard, like 70 per hit's good.
Yeah.
Decent health, and you always gotta be wary, especially in 1v1s, is like, if we kill it, are we gonna lose something valuable?
We would like copy it, wildcard it, and have Spawn of Fury and all that. It's just silly. It's sort of like Annihilator, I feel like. It's a bit dangerous, but not too much. You can pretty much shut it down when it's on your side. Woodsman! Revelry used to give haste to these woodsmen.
But it's just rage now, and nearby slow for enemies.
So haste is always a bit harder to achieve. Well, it was called frenzied back then. And
Yeah.
rage is much easier, and people would just rush down with haste and rage and blow everything up.
He's got a lot of health for 5 mana.
Yeah, that's the big thing. Not much else.
He hits hard when he does hit.
Well,
Especially with rage, he hits really hard.
that's an interesting thing. There aren't really that many like big tanky and fighter for 5 mana. The other options are tank, which has very low damage, and
Yeah.
I guess defense. So he's a beefy, strong dude.
And then you compare him with a groggy woodsman, and then you get 2 woodsmen with rage. Or even just throw a bear with him.
Yeah. Well, that's Revelry is a bit lackluster though.
Yeah.
I don't know how they can help out the Stout Hearts. Okay, 6 mana.
Drone. When I was new to this game, I thought the ATG drone was like the most busted thing in the game. Because I was like, why does it do so much damage? What do I do?
It's so threatening, it melts everything. Especially when it has haste, oh my god. It's one of those cards where I used to think about it, like do I have a counter for it, like Shadow Whelp. It's not used that much anymore, but it's still a good pick in the tech deck.
Yeah. In a tech deck. Tech deck. You remember those little skateboards?
Like the finger ones?
Yeah.
Oh my god, yeah.
Yeah. It could use a little more health maybe, but
It got nerfed. Harbinger used to have 270, now it has 250. This one used to have 250.
they really nerf flying units over and over.
Right?
Caber
The
tosser.
range is annoying. Like on a non-Stormbringer, you can easily fight him off with Plasma Marines just out of range, but with Stormbringer, his zone is so large you can't really approach it. Caber Tosser, it's sort of like a spell, the Caber itself. How much
that
would
you
it
can
do?
you can reload it with Revelry, which is pretty good. You use
180
it once,
damage.
and then you get it back for an attack.
It's counterable, I don't know. It suffers a bit like the Woodsman, which is very costly.
And it counts as melee, which is weird, because he throws it, but he can still get stunned by a defensive chopper.
Right.
Yeah, he's just a woodsman with a caber.
Pretty much.
Cleaver.
Cleaver,
Ha-
he hadn't
Got-
been changed.
Ever until
ever.
recently.
I don't know, even sometimes at 8 mana Cleaver, sometimes I would get value from that. Cleaver is very polarized. Like, you should always aim to get at least 2 hits on your side of the field before he starts crossing.
Yeah, because then you can support him.
I wouldn't mind using him now at 6 for 600, like straight up Cleaver. He didn't even feel like he needed the buff.
No, he didn't. In 1v1s, he especially didn't.
Good lord. Plus that was
In
a
two-
buff to Gorak Sacrifice. Ugh.
Yeah. He's
Yeah.
quite difficult to deal with in 1v1 sometimes.
In 2s you especially need to fight on your side first.
Cokes?
Oh boy. The initial design was completely fine. Just like all Mancers, it's channeled.
Yeah.
But then they fucked up with the 10 seconds minimum. That was horrible, and then Hypnotize, and now it's nerfed to 5 seconds, which is pathetic. You don't want to pay
I've
6
never
seconds.
understood why he has so much health.
I guess it's because he costs 6.
I mean, Balrog costs 6 and has like 100 less health than him.
He also used to have 400 health.
Yeah, which is insane. Arcane
no
Bolt was like
reason.
the only counter at first that people felt like they could use.
It's so weird. They should 5 seconds now feels terrible when you play him. It's pointless.
Yeah, 5 seconds isn't enough.
Plus the accuracy
That's-
ascension really never mattered.
Crossbow Guild?
Like he was always. I feel like his very first iteration was completely fine. Then they messed him up, and he was. Everyone that played him. It was just shit. I always hated him after that iteration.
Yeah, I can agree with that.
Crossbow Guild, mostly for solos, I guess. I don't know. 6 mana is a big
Yeah.
investment.
Especially since they nerf crossbow dudes again.
I don't
6 mana is a
see
lot.
it really used.
I don't see it a lot.
Oh my
The
god.
Swarmer Totem in Scrat Tunnels is way more than this.
Yeah, the one bonus of dudes is that they deal a bit of chip damage at range before dying, but like, there's no flying units anymore.
Yeah.
3 swarmers is so much more impactful than a single crossbow dude. Or a split tunnels. Dragon Ball, one of those cards that everyone used for their hyper aggro. Did it really get changed? I forget.
I don't think so. I think it's always been kind of the same. Because
It's-
obviously it takes the same damage as the normal fireball, but
If the last card you played, I don't know. It is straight up the most face damage you can deal with the spell.
yeah.
The dragon will always get 1 hit and then maybe 2 or 3 hits.
Well, freaking, I lost a game to Raidus Chen. You know that guy?
Yes.
He Dragon Balled me and then Glenn's brewed his dragon.
Yes, I love that.
Because I was all ready to counter the dragon, then he Glenn's brewed it, and I'm like, oh, I guess I lose now.
It deals so much damage. Like, the dragon can get 5 hits. That's 250 plus 180. And it's just so much.
Gorak Brutes, they got changed. Now it summons an illusion.
Fold told me that you could spot the difference. So
Yeah.
yesterday when I faced that, I was like, oh yeah, Fold told me that. But I actually messed up and thought the illusion was the real one. 6 mana. Wait, it's the same cost as a cleaver?
Yeah,
Didn't this used to cost 8?
yes.
Oh.
But since they gave it the illusion,
Does the illusion of a rammer do damage?
yep,
How
I think
much?
it does 50
Weird.
50 per hit.
It's pretty
And
rare
then-
that it will actually land.
Yeah, because obviously it just takes 1 hit to kill it, right?
The cleaver illusion is good though. I was thinking because like cleaver is 6 mana, and then you get the shitty illusion, but then you pay 6 mana to get a 4 mana rammer. But at least the illusory cleaver makes up for it because illusory cleaver isn't too bad.
Yeah. Whereas the illusionary rammer won't actually hit a unit unless it's explosion damage.
Okay, Inquisitor Aldera. There were a lot of cheese back then with wildcarding this with a bunch of Empyrean and making Arderas give each other shields and rage.
Yeah. Her DPS is pretty good these days.
Yeah, it's 60. Dealt very fast, which is good.
Yeah. The self damage still kind of sucks, but I guess that's the point, to get out the rage or the divine shield to friendlies.
I can rarely make that work.
It's tough because you want her in the back.
You want her in the back, but also in the front. You want her
Yeah.
to deal her damage, but you also want her to die. It's strange.
Not the best design, I think.
It's hard to make the most use of it. It's a bit cheesy how to make the use out of it. Impatient Statue. I didn't really care about this until I saw that it had Call Slitter Bound 2.
Yeah, because the Impatient sucks. Like,
It's hard to...
when I think statue, I want it to go slower so I can support it.
Right. This is more about dealing face damage, I guess.
Yeah.
The fact that it's faster means it dies... Well, it can reach face faster, obviously, so it doesn't really die. It can probably get a few more hits than the normal statue. The Impatient is hard to trigger towards the end of the game, because you want to be above 6 mana, but also not leak.
Mm-hmm. Because it's 7 seconds, I feel like, yeah, you build up the mana pretty fast.
You need to play very cheap cards not to fall under 6. Magma Storm used to be pretty strong, used to be the counter to a lot of things, like any unit, like Harbinger, Colossus, blah blah blah. Any push, you would plop down a Magma Storm and destroy it.
Well, it's getting buffed again.
It used to deal 200, what's the buff here?
Now, instead of 10 fireballs, it's gonna shoot 11.
That's nothing. That changes nothing.
That's an extra fireball, extra 180 damage.
Ugh. I don't know. I don't think it's gonna... Do these changes ever matter? Does it ever make someone change their mind about the spell?
It depends on the card.
I feel like there's so many established ideas. I don't know. It's probably me only. I need to change up how I see every
Because when I
card.
played pre-mades with Merlin, he had Magma Storm and he used it very well. It might, again, it comes down to kind of luck as well, but
The area is just so massive. Yeah, it's a bit too much of luck. Like Scratillery is also luck, but it's much more controlled.
well, I mean, if you think about it, like even if you just hit 2 of them, that's already 2 fireballs worth of
Mhm.
damage for 1 extra mana.
Yeah. It can feel good or feel awful. Razor used to that. I used to use that in my Wrecked Slither deck. Themselves, I consider them kind of like a spell where they deal their damage very quickly and up front, and then, well, they die, they fizzle out. But they can capture bridges. They are very good when you have a push going and then you plop down Razor in the center. The enemy can't really play anything or else they get melted. They're good at melting down the 5 cost or so units.
Yeah, their DPS together 80. That's crazy. Is that the highest DPS in the game if they're both on a target together?
80 for a single unit?
I don't
Should
think
probably be
anything else
others.
hits harder unless it has, like, I think Scott and like Incubus would if they have Rage, but
What about Last Stand?
true.
Is that over? Okay, yeah. 7 times 20, 140. Oh, yeah. There you go.
Fair enough. Rabid Prowler.
This is
Only
one of
once.
the better... sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, it's one of the better sacrifices for 1. You get
Okay.
Berserker Rage.
It's only 1. It's way better
'Cause
than
that
like
makes-
3 for Spirit.
Because what is that?
It's a 390 damage, I believe,
It does,
per leap.
but 1 leap will do 340
Oh,
damage,
340, okay.
which is, that's a big chunk if you get it
Yeah.
on a good target.
Murders most things.
But then it also self-inflicts 10% of that, which is what?
34.
It's 34.
The biggest downside to this was the, well, upfront cost of 6, and how the fact that a Prowler is counterable.
Mm-hmm. You just put a swarm out in front of it and it's gone.
It's kind of hard to justify using these. for the same reason that the Prowler is kind of hard to get to use. Ritual of Servitude. Oh, sorry.
They should make a caged rabid Prowler for 4 mana.
Okay.
That would be broken.
Just play Volko if you want Berserker.
Ritual of Servitude.
Okay, so the initial release version of this was actually decent. It used to... Wait a minute. August 15, blah blah blah. Okay, it used to cost 2 back then. Blah. Okay, that was ridiculously OP. But October of that year, you made it so that you can't summon more than 6 mana from it. So all of Ritual of Servitude was capped at 6 mana, whereas itself cost 2.
Yeah.
Then it got changed to 4 mana. Then it got changed to 5 mana. Then it got changed to 6 mana. It's just the worst kind of deck.
I every time I see my teammate in randoms have it, I just hope that the other team doesn't know what they're doing.
Plus, people that run this are the kind of people that will always play at 0 mana their 7 cost unit, no matter what time. It can be almost okay if the person playing it is fine, which is wait until 10 mana and play in the pocket, but they do neither of those.
Rock Rivals.
Best mana, best card in the game.
Best card in the game by far.
Taunt, discounted Golem.
And just gotta deal with 1 statue.
Which in itself, I explained recently that it's not that big of a downside.
No.
Because you bait the enemy into placing units to support that, and if you yourself are smart, you can destroy that support, which nullifies the downside of Rock Rivals.
Yep.
So, the best use for the Rock Rivals, I would say, is as with most units, you want to wait until there's a medium or high health unit on your side of the field to keep your unit there for longer.
Huh, did you notice this? That the card art is still the old design?
Yeah, I was gonna say that's the biggest downside of Rock Rivals.
That's funny, I've never actually noticed that before.
So, this used to spawn a statue with haste and rage initially, but people would use 2 of those at the same time and hypnotize the statues, who would turn around and blow up the Master Tower. They would deal like 2400 damage instantly with no way to stop them. But then they remove rage, but then they rework hypnotize. I think the statue should have rage. I once mentioned this and someone was like, oh, but that would make Rock Rivals terrible.
I don't think so.
They should probably give it back rage.
Yeah. It's... the benefits way outweighs the risk.
I think the statue loses to the Golem as it is.
Not with haste, actually. If it's a straight up 1v1, the statue actually wins, because it also has 200 extra health.
Can we test it out?
Sure.
Afterwards.
Next. The twins got changed.
Like, the Rock Rivals, I use it everywhere, it's just so good. Are they changing it? Nerfing?
The twins?
No, Rock Rivals.
Oh, no. Nothing, no plans to change that.
You can play Rock Rivals straight up into Jinglong as the statue is charging up his first attack. So you cancel the statue's attack. Then you get another stun with Jinglong. You bring all of the backline with Impetus Blast into your Jinglong. Anyway, that's the Palm special. Twins, okay. Rework.
I like it.
Same.
It's just the Brothers of the Void, but Sharrock twins now.
It suffered from being way too glass cannon-y back then at 8 mana. And we had it in our conquest recently, and it feels super good to play. As you said, it's like the other ones.
It gives this Incubus 83 DPS, which is a lot.
Yeah, really good.
And then the succubus gets no way 97 DPS
That can't be right.
because she does 65 damage per attack.
Isn't it 50? Yeah, it's 50.
Oh wait. Oh, I did that backwards. It's incubus that gets 97. Succubus gets the
80?
Yeah. I did that backwards, sorry.
Okay. Well, yeah, it's like the brothers. Very high DPS units, getting even more DPS for not that big of a cost. Only like 20%
One
more
mana.
mana.
Yeah. 50% more damage for 20% more mana. That's not bad.
And on this one, I actually like the way it alternates. Like the Brothers of the Void, I don't really like the Fire Imp, but these two I can usually
They're
find
both-
uses.
Yeah, they're both good options no matter what.
So yeah, I like this reward. Oh boy, Avea, that's the new better quest for solos mostly.
Okay, so this is something they're changing about Avia and the Zealots.
Okay.
So they are no longer going to self-damage,
Oh.
and then they reduce their damage is going from 120 to 100 per hit.
That's unfortunate. I like that about them. Do
So-
people really overuse them so much that they need a nerf?
I don't know if it's a nerf. It's more of a change.
Oh, I feel like it's definitely a nerf. Their use is to melt down units. I don't care about the 10% burn.
It's definitely a nerf to Avia because she would trigger her shield when she attacked.
Ugh.
Now her shield won't trigger when she attacks. She actually has to be hit.
I feel like this is going the wrong direction. I don't care about the 10%. Like,
No.
it's so little. You want those two to absolutely murder people. Like, you were talking about DPS from a single card. The Zealots have the absolute highest DPS. 114. Both of them, they would melt the Colossus and all that.
Oh yeah.
Okay, so Avea, yeah, well, her quest is pretty damn strong. The Legionnaires are
Yeah.
super annoying to deal with.
You get a roided up warrior with 4 legionnaires because you can usually get the quest done in 2 plays.
Yeah, usually that's what you're aiming for. Unlike Demon Warrior, which is 6 plays.
6, yeah. And it's arguably a better reward because you get it much sooner.
You can cap bridges, you can beat up people, whereas the Demon Warriors has a slow swing timer.
Okay. Stixie?
An annoying card, but not too bad, I'd say.
Probably the single most frustrating card for new players.
Yeah, agreed.
That or Harbinger.
Super long range stealth.
Not many spells can kill it easily.
Yeah, like Frostfeather Flybys puts him at 8 health left.
Fireball will kill it. The new Arcane Barrage will kill it on its second play if you hit nothing else.
It's so annoying how you can't target stealthed units with the barrage.
I know, that's the only spell in the game that doesn't hit stealth, and I don't get it.
It's sort of like Valorian's attack, I guess.
Oh yeah, because his doesn't.
Okay, Wolf Among Sheep. This used to be a staple of every deck all over the place because, well, both Werewolves and Legionnaires were pretty strong.
Yeah. The one less Legionnaire really hurt it.
Oh, didn't it? It had 4, right?
Yeah. It used to have 4, now
That
it's
was
only 3.
Nuts.
That's why it was a staple, because for 1 extra mana over normal Legionnaires, you also got a Werewolf.
Yeah. Zealots, well, we talked about them.
Yeah.
They're not really like Brothers of the Light, L-I-T-E, because their health is so low and they die quite fast. They're more like assassins, I would say. They murder something very fast.
Yeah. I guess that's one change that Avia also got a couple patches ago was 100 extra health.
Oh, you're right.
Because Avia gets 450, where the Warrior and Zealots still only have 350.
Yeah, she got quite a few buffs. Along
I've
with
seen her
the-
quite a lot in 1v1, and it's
Yeah.
not easy to deal with.
Exactly.
Shock Rock shuts her down, though, because you can reset her shield timer if you do it properly.
Yeah, it's annoying, though. I feel like having to balance not giving her quest rewards.
Mm-hmm. Akenlep.
Never. Well, I saw it used a little bit on release. Maybe it cost 6. I don't remember.
It used to cost less. I think it had less health as well. I don't use it.
Like, he used to be annoying when he reaches face and start ramming your face.
The most annoying thing about him is when there's something really fast attacking him and you just hear the constant gong going off, like gong 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 gong.
True. I see what you're talking about.
So yeah, he used to cost 6, but then his ability used to cost 1 at the start, but now it costs 0 to start. I don't know.
The whole poison thing is hard to manage. Like, they were going for something with the poison strike and the slither bound so that this guy could trigger it all at once.
Maybe if his ability was like global,
Yeah.
it would just, because like I feel like because he can poison the ranged units behind the melee units, but when you ring the gong, I don't think it's in range, and I don't think it'll kill those.
It should. Yeah, that would be a nice change.
Actually, 15 radius, that's pretty big.
Trigger all of the poison.
Yeah.
Or make it way bigger at least, like the same range as the Blastmancer Blast.
Mm-hmm.
How to get coins? Bro, what the hell is a coin?
Gold.
Bara, always been used in all Accursed decks. Everyone runs Bara and Cogs. Because, oh, it snares everything. Annoying to deal with when there's skeletons all over the place also.
Yeah. I feel like the root is sometimes more of a detriment than anything, depending on the situation. Because, like, yeah, it's great to stop some units in their path when they're at face, but, like, it also allows the enemy to kind of build up a push if they have units coming at you from far away.
Yeah, I feel like people don't bother considering the snare when they play him.
No.
Like, they stop an Undying Skeleton just before he crosses the bridge, so he's stuck there. There's things like that. People kind of suck with Bara. I think people kind of suck in general. But I think he's fine. Defensive, he feels good. He's counterable also. Beam of Doom used to deal. Didn't used to deal like 400 damage to face. Long time ago.
300, yeah, it used to do half. Which is a lot.
At the patch notes. It used to cost 5 and then 6. Oh, it used to deal 500 damage for 5 mana, but that was like early release in 2016. Yeah, well, it doesn't have much use now that it deals only 150 to face.
It can kind of have uses in like duos.
7
I
is
find
such a
it's hard to get value out of it in solos though. Like, it was nice when the big push Ravager Ruby thing was going on, because then you could just kill the whole push with one beam, but
it was very often used for face damage and to kill Bara or Harbinger, but over time we found better ways to deal with those. I feel maybe it's still good, but we have Arcane Bolt, and Harmful Souls and Impetus.
Yeah.
And the damage on this is so low that
600 is not amazing.
I mean 150 on face, like you kill Barra and only get 150, less than a fireball's worth. Blue Golem. It's one of the better noob cards early on because I think everyone starts with one.
Yeah. It's average. It needs support or else it just gets swarmed and dies.
I feel like it needs a taunt and to cost 6 mana and to spawn a statue on first use.
Yeah. I mean, it's an okay unit. With a Rush Room, it's really tanky. Lots of damage.
There's no point in using it over Rock Rivals unless you're still trying to figure out how to handle the first statue.
Yeah. Or run it and Rock Rivals. Let's go.
Lol. Burning Fist. He was the better brother for a while, might still be, because Holy Fire used to deal 100 and heal 100. You would trigger it twice, you would get 800 health worth of him. Very fast to deal his damage. He walks, he doesn't dash like Shield Guard, so he conserves the area of his presence for longer. Easy to run 2 of him and get value every time you play him.
His attack is still really slow.
Yeah.
So if he doesn't have the Holy Fire, he kind of dies.
He delivers it quickly though, so I feel like his friends can finish off the enemies he attacks, and then he moves on to the next to deal that huge initial burst.
I could see him going well with the Succubus.
Yeah, it's super easy to support him. Well, all of these big units anyway, they need support, of course. The Armor of Light kept getting nerfed. I think the Armor of Light, when Brothers got released, it was like 10 seconds or maybe even 8 seconds or something. Then 10, then 12, then 14 now. Dormant Defenders, they're super cancerous and should never be in any meta.
And they're probably getting buffed, giving them haste.
God, they did get buffed recently to 850 health. Because you pay 7 mana, you try to play them at 11 mana. So you end up at 4 mana, you only need 2 more mana for them to wake up. You try to keep them up alive, they step on the bridges and they stay there forever. Because they deal their damage so slowly. Meanwhile, you place elves in behind them. They all get mana surge and all that.
It's gonna be strong, I think, if they give him haste.
I hope nobody figures it out. It's dark knowledge that nobody should have access
to. Dragon Pack. Kind of average.
I think they were always the most counterable and easy to kill 7 mana card, even when flying did capture bridges.
Voidborn Wound kind of helps, but
like this was never a good card, even when Dragon Whelp was used.
Lots of spells can kill them. Lots of ranged units kill them quite easily.
Yeah, they usually did the same job as a single dragon did. Empower Soulstealer, lots of changes to this one. I think like this is also a decent use of sacrifice.
Yeah, 1 soul per sacrifice. That's not bad.
He's got rage baseline.
Yeah, because he no longer starts with 4 souls. So
he's just squishy for 7 mana, but he's super strong.
Yeah, 1 fireball, Ruby Plasma Blast will kill him.
Maybe run him with the Bannerman.
Because yeah, with Rage he can, well, he can gain souls easier because he'll be able to get last hits better because he does 75 per hit instead of 50.
It's probably, yeah. Well, all of these 7 mana cards, you don't really want many of these. Most decks have a curve of like 5 or 6 cards that are very cheap, and then only a few of these expensive cards.
I don't like Fergus that much. I loved him when I was new, but that's because when I was new, I was playing with new players, no one knew how to stop him.
Yeah, pretty much.
Now it's a little easier.
It's a bit like Veilstalker, where you can bait out his attack and make it wasted.
Yeah.
He does pack a serious punch. Sometimes in randoms, it's good to have him to really melt a push all at once for 7 mana, whereas other options aren't as fast or effective.
How much damage does he do in one whole spin attack?
Isn't it 300?
5 seconds.
Oh, 500.
500 damage per spin.
Yeah, he melts everything. He can be used in mostly randoms, I'd say. And yeah, Defenso Chopper obviously completely shuts him down.
And then as soon as he stops spinning, you just put some DPS on him and kill him. Harbinger?
The noob killer, because everyone continues to play into him instead of being patient.
Yep.
I think
They
it's
just
a
let
good
him
lesson.
sit on their side of his side of the field forever.
Really, being patient is the best way to play this game. It's the best way to improve for everyone. He used to have 270 health, so there were a few cheeky spell combos that would kill him, like 2 at once, but I don't know. He's not really worth killing using spells that much anymore. I don't feel threatened by him.
Especially with how I feel like the meta is right now. Everything's just kind of like he really thrives against bigger units that have a
Yeah.
lot of health and pushing them back. Whereas a lot of stuff played right now doesn't like if he's shooting a Scrat or like a Swarmer, or that's a waste.
There's often fodder available. But if a good player plays him, he's pretty threatening because he will support him during a push with decent trades, keeping him healthy.
He's been played in a couple of the past tournaments, actually, in a couple games where like the good players would use him, and they would actually use him in Valorian decks. So it's like even if he took some damage, he would still heal up over time.
Yes.
And in those tournament games, not a lot of people have removal spells ready to take out a Harbinger. Yeah, Dragon used him.
Mm-hmm.
I think he beat DSO with them.
That Harbinger Mordar deck of dragons, that's the one that he played with my Valorians. That's mostly the reason we had Valorian, was to heal this Harbinger. Our goal was to keep the Harbinger alive, defend him with my Legionnaires and Slithers. Last Stand, super annoying in solos when there's Meluines because it's such a good counter push tool.
Yeah. I feel like a lot of people do run spells that can kill them quite easily if they're not split properly. Wheel of Doom, Smite, Fireball.
True. They do have an insane amount of DPS, as we saw.
Oh yeah, like together. Ooh. They can be quite easily countered by stuns, Whirly Scrat, Defensive Chopper, anything AoE.
Yeah, they kind of beat up Whirly though. Whirly takes 3 hits to kill them. During that time, they punched the shit out of him. It's hard because it's like a big amount of sponged units, yet they have threatening DPS all at once. It's a good counter push tool, especially as Meluine, I'd say. Mountain Shaper got buffed from 100 to 125, which is nuts.
Yeah, it went from 500 to 625 damage.
Does that like matter? Does it really matter? Like, do you kill more units now that it deals 125, or is it overkill?
You can kill all the Stoutheart units with it now.
True.
Um,
Like, I don't know, if you want to kill a Barbara or Blastmancer or Succubus, you still 2 or 3.
but either way, in like 2v2s, like you can get it's so much better in 2v2s than like Beam of Doom is, for example.
Definitely, it's massive. The biggest drawback is that, well, it doesn't deal face damage.
Yeah, and doesn't hit air.
But then air doesn't matter as much.
No.
It's good. Well, yeah, the buff really helps it melting tankier units like a Defenso Golem. Nervous Breath. Everyone used to use that when it dealt baseline so much damage and then even more. People would run like 4 of them in 2v2s because you shut down an entire lane. What's not to like? It used to deal 180 damage baseline.
Yeah, now, like, if you use it before you hit Ascension, you're wasting 7 mana.
Exactly. It is pretty strong. Back then, when you played it, it was completely fine to play it before Ascension.
Yeah.
Now it's a waste. Nice damage hack.
It actually used to summon skeletons before Ascension as well. It used to
Oh.
summon 4.
Well, yeah, that's nuts. Bridge control on the spell is always extra. Careful, there's the damage hackers now, not only the mana hackers. It's that.
The global chat's hilarious.
Why does someone say hi to me? Hi.
Shield Guard of Light.
Oh my god, this guy. First of all, his character and art are so cool. I love them.
He's a badass.
The way he moves also is great. When he got 6 mana, he was in all of my decks. Fortunately, at 7, it's very hard to justify him.
800 health is pretty good though for 7 mana.
It's the equivalent of a Burning Fist healing himself twice, pretty much.
Yeah.
Okay, well, I think the biggest... he used to deal double damage on dash at 6 mana. I think he needs a bit of a buff. He's so cool to use. But there's no reason to use him.
I like him. I use him in my Empyrean deck just to spite the brother.
I don't know. I feel like
Pair him up with the Ardent Aegis and boom.
the fact that he moves so fast, I feel like it's detrimental.
He's got 4 speed. How much does the brother have?
I mean, the fact that he shield slams everything makes him move faster.
Oh, that too, yeah.
I feel like the support he needs to be fast moving support, such
He's
as
good at chasing down a cannon roller. I'll give him that.
and Succubus. So I guess he's good with Vulture, Soul Stealer, the things that move faster, that usually go in front of a tank. But this guy can keep up.
My all-time favorite card, the Reconator. Based on design solely. I just love the way it looks. I love what it does. It's just fun.
Agreed.
It's not great, but it's a fun card.
I hate the Mordar meta that was built around both Reconator and Fanriel. I'm pretty sure that meta is the entire reason that Mordar got reworked.
Getting a Reconator or Fanriel back, they're probably the best 2 revives in the game.
And they like cover things so well. They cover... I don't know, that there's the huge AoE blast and there's the charge.
I don't know. He does what he does.
They
Clears
messed-
out AoE, countered by defensive chopper, but
and
the
they
explosion's a nice thing at the end.
they messed up Mordor because of it. Yeah, well, everyone plays it only mostly for the AoE. They want to cheese around the AoE with Lance Brew or something. Can be super annoying in solos too. Khaled, I think he used to cost 9.
I think he's the worst Emprian unit. 600 health is kind of pitiful.
Yeah, agreed.
Like
you can get the shield maybe once or twice. Do you really take that much damage during it?
You don't want the Emprian army on him, I don't think.
Yeah, it's like double-edged. If you have taunt, then sure, his divine shield works wonders, but then he gets melted in between shields.
Yeah. He's cool. I like how he looks, but I think he's worse. I think he should just be 7 mana with the other 2.
Well, Divine Shield used to last 6 seconds for a very long while.
Yeah. 5 isn't a lot. Five seconds doesn't feel like much.
So yeah, the Divine Shield used to last 6 seconds and have a cooldown of 12. So half of his lifetime used to be in the shield. But now it's 5 out of 14. Ugh. He dies so fast for a single unit. No, never worth it for 8 mana.
No.
Craig Gould, now this guy's worth it. As I said earlier, sometimes I got enough value from an 8 mana cleaver that made it worth it. Well, this guy just reduces cost. You don't really need that big of a Voidborn deck to build around him.
No, you just need a couple. Make sure you always have one in hand ready to go.
Like, I think he'd work well with the twins now, since the twins are pretty...
Oh, reduce their cost, yeah.
Useful in themselves. You need a few Voidborn cards peppered around your deck, but you don't need to dedicate a deck to that.
Like I said, I faced a guy in just a random solo match, and he had it with bats, 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 and he reduced the bats to 0 mana. And
what a mana hacker.
There was a lot of bats coming my way once he played it. Future present? I mean, not really much to talk about with that one.
Risk and reward. I feel like there's... Wait, Lisa and Young. Oh, never mind. There aren't that many bad cards to get.
No.
And you can build a deck that doesn't rely on it, but is only empowered if you get a good card.
I like it. It's okay.
Merlin, I don't know. Cleaver, Craig Gould could be used in a control deck, as you would a Cleaver, where you defend with him and then you help him out a bit. But I don't really use many Voidborn cards in my control deck, so I don't know which one I would like include. Do I even use any? Like Swarmers, of course, but that's it. Oh, Swarmers and Elite Swarmer, that's pretty much it. Okay, next.
Herald.
Very good with Ravager because he keeps haste after resurrecting. I don't find much success with using him. When I face him, I try to burst down his health very fast on his side of the enemy with the spell.
I see a lot of people like run him with the living statue, and he just kind of follows the living statue along and kills anything that tries to kill the statue.
Yeah, that's pretty good combo there. He's one of the rare good use of sacrifice now. How many do you need for a full res?
3.
4? 3?
75 health per. Oh, I guess he does have 250.
Oh,
Yeah, so 4. 4, you're right.
3 still at most of his health. Howling
Yeah,
Moon
3 is.
used to be good. Used to cost 7 around you ran it, but then they nerfed both the werewolves and the cost. No, nobody uses.
No.
Mm.
It's good if you get it out of a future card, but like other than that, not really.
Oh, it used to give lycanthropy to 2 melee ground units, and it kept the buffs. That's why Ravenous Swarmers worked. Oh, also you used to be able to target exactly where you want the 2 wolves, I think.
Oh, that's pretty good.
Oh, Fanriel costs 8.
Yeah.
Fanriel scales insanely well with Rage and Berserker Rage.
Well, because, yeah, then he'll run through anything, right?
Yeah.
Because that'll make him run through, well, almost anything. Because with just normal rage, that's 195 damage.
As much damage as a melee crit in Team Fortress 2.
A lot of people, I find, a lot of new players. I call them new. I don't know if they're bad or new, but I'll see a lot of new players try and put out stun lancers in front of Fanriel, and then he just runs them over.
I love that. The fact he has Mana Surge helps him out when he gets stuck around people. You really want to play him at 11 mana, because as soon as you spawn him, he's on the other side of the board.
Because, yeah, he moves at 12 speed with this charge.
Oh. Alright, Ruby. We keep telling
My baby.
we keep telling the devs how it should work, but they go the opposite way.
All they had to do was nerf the Plasma Blast.
Yeah, but they changed everything but that. Oh, they nerfed her health. I didn't see that.
Yeah, they reduced 100 last patch.
So, well, her main use is the Plasma Ballast, which when she's on the board denies the enemy placing anything from 2 to 5 mana because they get instantly killed.
Yep. And there's no counterplay to it until she's on the opposite side of the board, really.
Very slow pace.
It kind of makes, because a lot of people will put the Frostfeather flyby on it when I play it, and I kind of like it because then it just keeps her alive longer.
That's something I consider when I play flyby. Like, am I helping the enemy? If you put a flyby on things like Brother of Light, the brothers will still deliver their attack very fast. But yeah, I wish they had kept probably the original minimum range, but reduced the maximum range to much shorter.
Or at least increase the cost.
Or that, yeah.
2 mana Fireball.
Boy. Troubadour. He's got a Revelry, but it's completely pointless.
Yeah, gives nearby minions slow. That's...
He's been in the game since like release, I think.
The only change I can remember off the top of my head is when they increased his movement speed and then nerfed his health by a bit.
Well, his attack speed, yeah, it used to be 3 times as long, but 3 times as damaging. Void Altar, you get kind of 15 mana value. Very easy to grab the spirits with flyby. But you need to both spend 8 mana and wait a while for 3 spirits to appear.
Yeah, so you gotta keep it alive in the meantime.
Facing it in 1v1 can get super overwhelming, or you can shut it down. It depends a bit on like which monster they get first.
I think it's in order, isn't it?
No.
Is it random?
Pretty sure. Like sometimes I would place down a defensive chopper as fast as I could in that lane and try to attack it, and then they would get a succubus, which messes me up. But if they get the shadow whelp and the incubus, then my defensive chopper does work.
Yeah.
Escort used to cost 8, but they buffed it, and delayed value is always OP for a single push.
Oh, this is another thing they're changing.
Yeah.
So next patch, again, it's potential change. It's going to be 9 to 5 mana. But the next 2 range minions played also gain mana freeze ×2 and marksmanship.
Do they get a crystal sentry with them?
It doesn't say that in the description.
Well, that's...
It seems really bad. Because I would assume they get a crystal sentry.
Yeah, hopefully,
because that's that.
Paying like that's 4 mana for marksmanship seems pretty shit. But yeah, when you mentioned that, the first thing I thought was to spread out the 2 sentries instead of giving them all at once.
Yeah. Colossus? Kind of another noob killer.
He's the best at what he does. That's his description.
Yeah. It doesn't
okay.
say what he does.
It's cleaving.
Yeah.
I think he's fine. I hate Mellowing Colossus spell support decks. I explained that the reason I hate those decks is not because I lose to them, blah blah blah. It's because they require so much less mental capacity to play than a good control deck. When you play a Colossus Mellowing deck, you're looking at your hand. Okay, I played the Colossus. Now I wait. All I have to do is look at my spells and then either answer to the enemy's units or heal my unit. That's the only 2 neurons I need to use. Whereas if you're playing a control deck, you're always thinking about the balance of the game and who's gonna play what, where, when, how to capture bridges.
Yeah, a Mellowing Colossus deck, you want to win it before Mana Frenzy.
Well, it's not only Colossus, but
Brothers of Light.
Yeah, wildcarding that in 1v1, for example, back then. So, you don't need much brain power to run that.
Commander Azali.
She got nerfed.
She took over the meta in 2v2s for a long time.
True.
And then they add on 1 mana to her and she disappears. I thought that was kind of strange.
Yeah,
because like it didn't stop what she did, and it's only cost 1 mana more.
1 out of 8, only 12%.
So, I mean, I'm glad she's not spammed everywhere because that was obnoxious.
She's a strong single target. Her body herself, like 800, 150 is okay.
Without her passive though, that'd be a terrible card.
Yeah.
Who's next? The Jade Spark Watchers.
These used to cost 8.
Because you get 2 Shihu.
Why is the mushroom so big?
I don't know.
It used to spawn 2 mushrooms and they were small, but now it's 1 giga mushroom.
Someone wants you to show an example of the Morelia and Colossus deck. Do you have one made?
No.
I don't either, so...
Is it because you felt targeted by how it described it? I don't know, man. I would go Brothers anyway for Mellowing. I'm not gonna build it right now. Let's finish this.
We can finish this and then build it.
This used to be OP as fuck because it would 2 mushrooms and you could wildcard it, and it cost 8 mana, and Beta Dwarf had to like quickly nerf them. I think they even cost 7 mana on release. Plus you can support these easily with heal spells and any spell.
Yeah.
Okay, so on release it cost 8, then quickly nerfed to 9, and quickly nerfed to 10, and they nerfed the ranged DPS. Red Golem.
Blue Golem on steroids.
Dude.
Also, he's a menace in 1v1 if you... A Milo Red Golem deck is obnoxious.
He hits so hard. You can't, like... For a Blue Golem, you can tank a few hits with a Whirly or Warrior, for example, but this guy just one-shot so many things.
Mm-hmm. And if you give him Rage, oh boy, 450 damage per hit.
One-shot monkeys.
One-shot, like, anything.
He's one of the rare few cards that still has 1200 health instead of 1000. Like, Colossus and Statue were nerfed to 1000.
Yeah. Besides Troubadour and the Dragons, he's actually... You can... If you do it properly, because if you give him Spirit, which is 400, you can make him 1600, and then if he walks over a Shroom,
yeah,
that's 2,128 health.
My god, that is so much. Plus with the damage too.
Okay, okay. A Red Golem with Rage, with Spirit, with the Growth Burst Shroom. That's scary. Because the Shroom would make him do even more damage on top of the Rage. Because that's another...
I didn't think so.
Because
it's 600 per hit, pretty much.
590, 598, yeah.
Just below a Brother of Light. Alright, so Brother of Light. They were nerfed to 550 health. I think that was healthy because lots of people, including me, exploited them a lot in 1v1 with the beat down. They just play the brothers and then rush them down and we win. I didn't think they needed that buff at all.
But they probably weren't played a lot, so they're like, oh, gotta buff them.
It's so strange. 600 health each is very strong.
Yeah, that's 1200. You can split them or push them together.
Yeah, I was thinking about that. Plus, each of them on their own is worth 5 mana. I would say they're equivalent to like a Woodsman. They're better than a Woodsman.
Yeah.
They deliver their attack fast, which is good. Armor of Light used to be like... I want to see the cooldown on it. It's not... Armor of Light, I feel like it's good to plop them down and instantly AoE down a bunch of units.
Yeah, you want to use it and then let it recharge as they keep walking.
Okay, it always used to be just 12 seconds.
Yeah.
Alright. Jahun, I feel is annoying, sort of, towards the end of a game mostly. Where
I feel like he's one of the easier 10 mana cards to deal with.
Yeah, you gotta be patient and let him reach you. Every time you send a single swarmer, it slows him down a ton, and you actually help the enemy.
So he takes 5 seconds to complete an attack.
Yeah.
So yeah, the longer he's on the enemy side, the way better. But like, he's easily swarmed on your side because his AoE is very small.
Oh my god.
So like, he would take forever to take out a Scrat Horde.
You can also have a proper Scrat above him in a way that Jahun is not able to attack, and he'll get stuck on it trying to attack it over and over.
Oh really?
Like, a single Scrat can solo Jahun. Okay, so Jahun with Valorian, oh boy, so much fun. The Valorian meta, so many sponge units. Alright, the last few 10 mana cards.
Almost there.
Thelic.
Thelic's okay, but the archers are too easily dealt with. And then once he's left alone, he's hardly worth probably 7 mana.
Yeah. 1 sec.